Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Gotta turn that one. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Test, test. Hello. Akkam bultan. We are about to start the conference. Please come in. Warri ala jirtan nu holseena maalifi we are running late. We are almost about 40 minutes late right now. Abtamu. Please help people come in. Holseena yoo eegalle malee asuma buluu teenya. Please come in. Test, test. Olseena, please, Olseena ni eegalla. Sagantaa eegalla, please, Olseena. Akkam bultan? Na dhageessanii mi? Baga hora waldaa qorannoo Oromoo ka bara 2015 jechuunis ka waggaa 29ffaatitti dhuftanii isiniin jira. Egaa keessummoonni hedduun biyya fagoo irraa warree dhuftan karaa dheeraa qaxxaamurtanii xayyaara dandeessanii dhufuu keessaniif hedduu galatooma. Warri as jirtanis hirriba ganama obsitanii asin nu argamuudhaaf hedduu galatoomaan jira. Korri baranaa kora jabaa kora irraa barattanii fi itti wal barattan akka ta'u abdiidha qabna. Guyyoota lamaan as deeman kana keessatti hayyoota gurguddoo biyyarraa dhufan biyya fagoo irraa dhufan akkasumas amma dura beektan warra jalaa dhufuu fi warra nurra bubbule hundaa wajjin akka wajjin turru ta'a. Amma kallattiidhaan gara koraatti seenna warra wanta kalama beeksifni qabnu warri presentation qabdan warri dhiyeessuudhaa deemtan PowerPointii keessan garramootti kennitan garramoo jechuun kaachi jiru sanii jechuudha. PowerPointii teessan hundi keessanuu warri dhiyeessuu deemtan isatti kannaa dursee akka isinii qopheessuuf sa'a seef gochuudhaaf akka barbaannuuf jechuudha. Wanni biraa ala san hoggaa gabbaanu yoo kan haasa'amuu barbaadamu taate gama achi fagootti deemuun barbaachisaadha yookaan hafuurri yookiin sagaleen achii dhufu asii dhufee nu jeequudhaaf waan ta'uuf as nu dhiyaadhaatii yookiin gamas nurraa achi nu siqaa yookiin as keessa seentanii akka nu dhaggeeffattan isin hubachiisuu barbaanna. Thank you very much for coming. It's a privilege to welcome you to the 29th Conference of the Oromo Studies Association. We have a wonderful list of speakers, some of them who have founded this conference, some of them who have just joined us. We have keynote speakers who have traveled from far to share their wisdom and knowledge with you. We are truly impressed with the number of presenters we have, with the quality of the papers, and I'm sure you will all appreciate the work that has gone to preparing this conference, and also to the researchers who have spent their year preparing for this important day. I have a couple of announcements. Those of you who are giving papers today or tomorrow, please give your PowerPoint presentation to Garamo. Garamo is the gentleman sitting right there. If you give it to him, he can prepare the PowerPoint, which means we can save the amount of time that needed to set it up. And also, if you are tired of sitting and would like to step out, please, move a little bit far away from the door so that the noise doesn't disturb those of us who will be here. I will be chairing the conference for today and tomorrow. If you need anything, if you have a question, or if there is something that needs to be fixed, please let me know, and the list of the leadership who will introduce a little later on. Now, straight I go into the next panel, the first panel of the conference, and invite the chair of the panel to come over. And the chair is none other than Arfase Gammada. Arfase, please come over and introduce your panel.
Good morning. I am excited about this panel. Our panel is titled Lessons from the Field, a look at Oromo organizations. Our panelists are, and then they'll speak in this order. Each of them will have 15 minutes. Please hold your questions till the end. Our first speaker is Toltu Tufa, and her paper is Speak Oromo, Exploring a Socio-Psychological Approach to Intergeneration Language Maintenance, followed by Stephen Thomas, Film Education in Oromia and Sanscribe Communication, and Adets Wadajo, Opportunities and Challenges of Running a Nonprofit Organization, the Case of Resources for the Enrichment of African Lives. Our last panelist will be Zakia Posey. She's presenting Jote's paper, which is Partnership for Literacy, the Quest to Bring Knowledge and Capacity to Oromia. So I would like to welcome Toltu Tufa.
Thank you very much for having me here today. The most important things first. Is there a photographer in the room? Oh, there is. I need a picture for Facebook so everyone knows to watch the rest of the conference. That's very important for me. um, Thank you very much for having me as one of the speakers today. It's usually very nerve-wracking to be the first person. So at the same time, I'm very excited, so I don't think it matters for me. I'm happy to be presenting. I was a bit worried about whether I should present in English or in Afan Oromo, so I was really tossing between the two, so I decided to go with both. I'll start with the English and finish off in Afan Oromo. Okay. Okay. So, growing up as a child, that's me, aged 4 years old. Growing up as a child, my parents taught me multiple languages. And as I grew older, I was able to maintain knowledge of each language with lots of practice and plenty of public acknowledgement and celebration, except for one language. For one of the languages I learnt, I had nobody to practice with, nobody to speak with, no movies to watch, and no books to read. I learnt this language in Australia from one person only, and that was my father. And I had come to discover that what I initially thought was a secret code between him and me was in fact a language called Afan Oromo, Africa's fourth most widely spoken language. What was so different between the Oromo language and all the other languages that I'd learnt was the political tension that surrounded it. For over 100 years, or at least until 1991, the Oromo language was banned by the Ethiopian government, and anyone who spoke this language was publicly executed or sentenced to prison. So there's me at 4 years old. I have no idea about politics, and all I know is this secret language. Growing older, I realized that people's abilities to learn, speak, or maintain their languages are influenced by many different factors. Next slide. Some of these are personal. So this depends on the individual characteristics about you, yourself, the meanings that you give to things relating to your identity. Of course, there are also political factors. You can click them all. Yep. Yeah, okay. So there are many different factors that influence children's abilities to pick up and speak or to maintain the language they have. Some of them are beyond your control. The country you live in, the political situation that you have, perhaps where your parents are from, the type of education that you've had growing up, where you live. And the corner over there is psychosocial factors. And the image I have there, you can see, is individual people that each have their own speech and also a group of people together. And I guess what I wanted to explore is the relationship between the community and between the individual. And the example I wanted to use is the example of Afan. So Afan publications are what started as something that I built up as a lack of an ability that I had to pick up anything. There were no tools available to me growing up as a child. And so I decided to create my own. And in starting my university thesis in psychology, I was very keen on learning about why some people learn their languages and why some people don't. And so we understand from, I know I only have 15 minutes, so I don't have very much to talk about it. So I'll keep it very short because I wanted really the most of my presentation to talk about what I learned from the Afan experience, from the campaign. What I learned in terms of my studies, we know that identities adopted by people are influenced by different dimensions and perspectives. And in terms of social psychology, language is a central component of shaping someone's identity of who you are. So in my experience, my father went out of his way to teach me his language because that was central to his identity. I was particularly interested in what happens to the identity of a community when their identity is politically contested, particularly in their homelands. What happens when speakers are forced to flee their land? How does the language change when the speakers move to a different country? What is the impact of maintaining languages for individuals and families who experience migration? Which language do you learn? Which language do you keep? Which language do you teach your children? Do you stick with the old or keep with the new? Do you pick one language over another? Research indicates that measuring vitality, measuring the life of the language, may hold the answer. And so to understand the language practices and the vitality of Oromo communities around the world, I was very keen to find out what qualities and what factors certain Oromo communities have that others perhaps don't. I think my OMN interview is starting already. And so in doing so, I started doing about a year and a half of research, looking at the theories and backgrounds, and organically at the same time, I found the campaign started to take shape. Can I have details about the campaign? Thanks. By the time that comes. So essentially what I did was I wanted to start something by myself. It started locally in the community. So we had Oromo school on the weekends for half an hour, 1 hour. We had no products. They brought us some products from back home, but they were very difficult to decipher, difficult to use in the context for young children. So I decided to create my own just for my local area. So just for my local Oromo school. And then the other Oromo schools became interested. 4 of them in our city. Oh, can we have a copy? Can we have a copy? Can we have a copy? So I thought maybe Americans and Canadians and other diaspora communities share similar issues. So I shared it with them. And essentially my vision, what I wanted to do was to create and lead self-expression that is culturally empowering for every Oromo in the world. So one thing I learned from my studies that yes, there are structures that need to be in place to teach Oromo, for example, being a national language, having schools, having newspapers, having news in your language. But sometimes, even when you have these things, some people don't speak Oromo. Some people can't speak Oromo. So the question is why? And some say, well, it depends on the area you're in. It depends on your family. If you have a Sabona family, you'll learn how to speak Oromo. Is it as simple as that? And I found the answer is not that simple. Quite often people ignore the individual person. And I think, in my opinion, from what I've seen, a person's individual experience and the meaning that they give to that language heavily influences whether they're able to maintain that language or not. So for example, someone who's completely surrounded by Oromo people, they're not particularly interested in Oromo, they may not necessarily learn it. So while the community and the society that they live in has a certain influence, one of the factors that can really trigger which way you go is the weight that you give to it as an individual person. So we started a global 6-week fundraising campaign. We started in 2013. And we raised $124,000 from Oromos all around the world, chipping in together to raise this money. And once we raised that money, we successfully launched 17 product lines in 12 months and traveled all around the world. In 2014, so we started last year releasing the books, and this year in September we'll release the online store. So people, Oromos, all the Oromos who are in Japan, India, London, Siberia, in all random countries that have been messaging me will also have access to these books. And again, going back to the idea of self-expression, that for me, that is the cornerstone of the work that I've been doing. And so I started with this image. This was the first image that I released onto Facebook because I was interested to see if anyone would follow, and within 2 hours I had 500 likes. So I knew straight away people are interested in this sort of thing. And finally, from this, we changed and we went to this. So here are some of the examples of the books that I've published, and I've got some picture books here too, and I have even more, which I'll plug now, are all available outside. I'm happy to take orders and deliver them to your house personally if you want to make an order later on. But what I realized, these books, you just seen the front cover of them, but what I wanted to do is I wanted something that children can pick up, that they don't need their parents, that they can say, wow, that looks nice, let me have a look. I wanted children to pick up something and show their parents and say, what's this and what's that? and to begin that conversation with their parents so that children can have some kind of meaning. Growing up as a child, my father took me to the kitchen, and my father was an avid cook. He enjoyed cooking. He taught us how to cook. And every meal he taught us how to cook in Afan Oromo. So we learned the names of the foods. We learned how to give instructions in Oromo. And food is something we had regularly. So we'd practice over and over and over again. In fact, I even learned the Oromo way of cooking. There's no such thing as teaspoons and cups, and you just look and that's how you do it. So I learned everything. I started learning about the culture. So the language teaches you part of the culture is what I found. And what I discovered from traveling was I met with a lot of children. So I met many children, many youth, many teenagers, and many of them had feedback for me. And I just wanted to share with you some of the themes, I guess, that I've collected together from what children have fed back about their feelings relating to learning the Oromo language. I understood from many young people that they actually had an interest in learning in Afan Oromo. Many wanted to speak. They say, I want to speak Afan Oromo, I want to learn Afan Oromo. Many of them told me they'd forgotten or they don't feel very confident in speaking the language. There was a lack of confidence, and children would tell me their story. I try to speak Oromo, but every time I go to an Oromo place, they tell me off. They get upset. They say, you don't speak it properly. You should speak it better. Why aren't you speaking it more? And that gives us, and sometimes they'll use that as a conversation among other people. It's a condition of joining the Oromo club. You have to speak the language. So they say sometimes this condition can actually have the opposite effect. Instead of trying, it actually turns them away. And so sometimes some people spoke about trying to educate themselves and how they struggle to find resources, and also spoke about the inconsistencies they found from some parents. So parents will say, speak Afan Oromo, speak Oromo, Oromo Malain Hasaina. But then the mother will try and learn English and speak English to her children all the time. Or the father is never at home and wants to communicate with his children because he works long hours. He only sees them for one day. So they just speak to them in English. And slowly, this builds up to a culture of speaking different languages, particularly in the household. Children, the first place they learn from are their parents and their communities. So it's very crucial that the family unit is the first place that the language imparting the language begins. And that's why a lot of my books are geared towards teaching the language in the home, using these tools to help parents begin conversations. Many parents have told me, we don't know how to teach our children. How do you teach children? And I say that you take it for granted if you keep on, if you just tell them off, if you get upset, if you just speak really fast. So try and give meaning to them by teaching them about things. Teach them what you do. Teach them how things are done in Afan Oromo as well. So I found that in summary, in conclusion, children need meaningful engagement. That's what they need to be able to open the pathway for them to speak or to maintain the languages that they have. And then, of course, I have my tips for parents. So some examples are written up here on the board. And effectively, what I'd like to do is probably now's a good time to switch to Afan Oromo because I don't have much time left. And I would like to talk about what I found in my travels. So barakuma lama kudha sadii irraa hanga ammaati addunyaarra biyya hedduurra deddeemeetiin ture hawaasni Oromoo ka biyya adda addaa keessa jiru dhaqee ka Afrikaa keessa Awurooppaa fi Awustiraaliyaa fa'aa keessa dhaqee warra isaanii dubbiseetu afaan kun bu'aan isaa maali? Maali jechuun faayidaa maal qabdi? Afaan kana yoo nu jala bade hoo maal nuuf taha? Yoo jabeessuu barbaanne immoo akkamitti jabeessina? Ijoollee keessanitti afaan kana dabarsuu fi akkamitti dabarsitani? Yoo ka dabarsuu dadhabdan immoo maatu si dadhabsiiseetini uummata hundarraa gaafadheetumaan deebii isaanii viidiyoo irraa waraabeetiniin YouTube gubbarraa kaayadhe. Namni hunda rakkina yoo qabaatu ana qofa miti akka hin jenneefi namni hunda irraa laalaniitumaan akka barnoota akka irraa fudhataniif jecha intarneetii gubbarra maxxansee ture. Ammas akka kiyyaatiin yeroo dheeraaf illee haasa'uu ni danda'a garuu gabaabbatee jira yeroon. Dhumarratti waan an isiniif ibsuu barbaadu akka ilaalcha kiyyaatti ijoollee kuma meeqa dubbiseetiin waan isaan naan jedhan afaan kana akka gaariitti barachuu feena fedhii qabna. garuu deeggara barbaachisaadha. Deeggara afaanii qofaatiin osoo hin ta'in deeggara kan amalaatiin. So namni nu akka gaariitti nu cina dhaabachuu jechuun akkana cina dhaabachuu miti. Cina dhaabachuun jechuun gargaaruu fi harka kennuullee akkanaa miti. Yeroo maraa afaan haasoo fi hamilee ijoollee illee akka hin cabsinee fi haguma danda'an caccabsanii yoo haasanillee haa dubbatanii encouragement godhaa saahiba keessanii jechuun family kan biraa yoo qabaatanillee itti kunoo ijoollee akka haasa'u tattaafachaa jirti jetteetumaan nama biraatti ibsuu dandeette malee afaan Oromoo hin beekne jettee maqaa ittiin baasuu hin qabdanii jechuudha. Ammas isin namni hedduu lakki anilla gama kiyyaatiin afaan Oromoo amma uumaan jedhu xiqqoo amma haasa'u jira garuu jalqabumatti anilla afaan Oromoo qajeelatti haasa'u turre namni hedduu immoo kolfanii mee irra deebiinaa dubbisi mee haasa'e mee dubbatu aksentii Awustiraaliyaa kan kennan jedhaa turan ani immoo konfidensii waan qabaadhee fi haasa'e akkanumatti yoo balleesse dogoggoreetiin afaan Oromoo haasa'e yeroo haga ammaatti afaan Oromoo akkasumatti hin baradhee. Ijoolleen especially ka biyya diaspora kana keessa jiru confidence isaan eeguun hedduu barbaachisaadha. Jaalala afaan Oromoo kana ijoollee keessa yoo dhaabdani san waan isin hin eegne tokko ijoollee sanirraa argachuu ni mala jechuun kiyyatti. Kanaaf asuma irratti raawwachuu nidha. Galatooma isinin jira. Fayyaa tahaa guyyaa gaarii isiniif hawwatu.
I want to thank Jawar and Ayantu and Zakia for all the work they did putting the panel together, and Arfase for moderating it. It's a real privilege for me to be on this panel with people whose work I have admired for a long time. Not yet. Whose work I've admired for a long time, and last time she was in DC, we bought all her books, so I encourage you to buy all her books too. Sahai I've known since, I don't know, for a while, and it's a real privilege. The work I'm going to be talking to you about today is the work I do with Daba Wayesa and have been doing since about 2010, and it's an educational project that we're doing mostly in Finfinde, but it's in the Oromia region, connecting the United States and Oromia and internationally. So I have a short promotional video for you, and Obo Oromo, I'd appreciate it. So, thank you. Obo Oromo, could you put the PowerPoint? So, film education in Oromia is something that I've been trying to do to educate young people so that they can have the critical tools to make their own films. Next slide, please. Sanscribe Communications has two goals. One is to enable young people in Ethiopia to tell the stories that they want to tell. So it's up to the individual student to tell their own story. And we want to make positive films. I want to briefly give you a timeline. I hope you can read that. These are all the educational projects that we've been doing since 2011. In December 2011, we did a TV script writing class via Skype from Minnesota. I was in Minnesota and I was communicating with students, about 30 students in Addis. February 2012, the cinematographer Burns Forsyth from New York visited Addis Ababa to produce music videos, Mukakayo with Soundscribe. In the summer of 2012, we then continued the script writing workshop, who was led by the manager of Sanscribe, Tesfaye Mekonnen. He's the manager, his office is in Addis. In December 2012, then, after a script was chosen, Hollywood film music composer Guy Moon, and you can Google him, he makes movies and stuff, and his team, LA Media Mission Team, conducted a workshop with Sanscribe to make the short film Yadani. Sanscribe, after this initial workshop, to give students some of the tools and skills and practice, and to have them teach each other. What we're using a workshop model, which means that the students are teaching each other some of the time, but we also have experts coming in. Sanscribe students continue to participate in workshops and begin to work on their own projects. Then, in the spring of 2013, I conducted a semester-long class called Movies, Media, and Global Citizenship that connected my students at Wagner College in New York City to the students in Addis, Sanscribe students. And one thing I just wanted to point out, because someone asked me this last night, she said, well, how much money are you making? And I said, we don't make any money. This is all free for Sanscribe students. This is all free. So then in December 2013, I convinced a team of people from Wagner College to visit Ethiopia. We organized a symposium with Sanscribe and Rift Valley University, inviting stakeholders from the filmmaking community in Addis. This included filmmakers, government officials, professors, business people, and they met with a retired American film producer, Stephen Greenwald, and an Italian film scholar, Alessandro Jedlowski, and we gave a presentation. Then myself and the manager of Sanscribe office, Tesfaye Mekonnen, began a research project on the relationship of cinema culture in Ethiopia to African cinema. And the reason why we did this is because we noticed that Ethiopians tend to watch Hollywood cinema and Bollywood from India, but they are not watching other African cinema. They're not watching Kenyan cinema or Mali cinema or Nigerian cinema. So we wanted to explore that question. At the same time, we also brought an American documentary filmmaker, Jennifer Dworkin, and she conducted a week-long workshop with the students there and did some filming. In 2014, Sanscribe conducted more script writing, directing, and videography workshops with Tesfaye Mekonnen and Professor Teferi Negusi. Professor Negusi teaches at Addis Ababa University sometimes. In the summer of 2014, I gave a presentation. Part of our research, by the way, is not just film education, but cultural education and internationalization of the conversation, so that it's not the conversation about Oromia is broad and international. So I gave a presentation in London at the Society of Early Americanists annual conference about the representation of the Oromo people in European and American literature from the 16th century to the 19th century. And this presentation won the annual essay prize from the Society of Early Americanists. So there's building interest in the Oromo people in other academic disciplines. Then in the summer of 2014, Dabo Wayesa traveled to Hollywood to begin working with professionals with the goal of raising money to expand Sanscribe's capacity. So far, we've been doing very short workshops, but we want to have a more steady educational model. Then in December of 14, I traveled to Addis and lectured on African cinema at Rift Valley University. And in the spring of 2015, I did a semester class at Wagner College that connected Wagner with Sanscribe on the subject of African cinema. So building on the research that I had started a year before, we then did this class. We invited participants from all over the community, including especially the Filmmakers Association, the Young Filmmakers Association in Addis called the Alatinos Group, which is kind of a independent organization. And then in 2015, this summer, we began making the promotional videos for Sandscribe, and you just saw one of the promotional videos. We're still editing, we're still working on this. But I want to show you one of the other promotional videos, which is a lot longer and it's still a little rough. So if you could show the other one. I don't think we're going to have time for all of it, but we can show it now. It's a lot longer, obviously, there's about 15 more minutes. And we pulled this together from about, I don't know, 50 hours of material. So we're taking about 15 hours of interviews and putting it together. Two things I'd just like to highlight. One individual who took the class was in the middle of translating an American textbook into the Amharic language. So this was one of the first times there'd be a textbook that wasn't in the English language that was published in Ethiopia. And he was doing the translation while taking my class. So there was a lot of effects. Another of the students of Sanscribe went on to make a documentary video about hygiene, which is still used in local communities in the Oromo region, in the Oromo language. So there's, some of the work is having small effects. It's very small. We're doing the best we can. It does, a lot of times we meet with failure and frustration, but this is the work that we've been doing for the past few years, and I wanted to share it with you just so that you know that what we've been doing. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. It is so good to see familiar faces and new faces, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to interact with those I know, those whom I don't know later on. My name is Sahai Wadajo, and I am a founder and executive director for a nonprofit organization that focuses on the education of girls and empowerment. And we have also young women in the program, and been doing this for the last 11 years. And actually, this is my third time to do presentation on this organization. And I do believe that it is time now to, because we have documented success, to actually write and have this be known. So I want to thank you all actually for being a committed supporter of OSA, and also choosing to be in this panel and to listen what we have to share. So first of all, I have to say Galatoma from the girls and their families and their communities. And before I go to this one, actually, I do believe that it is very helpful for us to get to know each other, or you to get to know me, so that I can say a few things about myself. Is that good? Okay. Actually, I call it a blessing in disguise. I came to the United States, and why I came in 1990 to be treated for pituitary tumor. And doctors advised that I have to stay And so I was unable to afford to come to between 2 to 3 years. So why I say it's a blessing in disguise is I was working for the DERG at that time as Oromo radio journalist for 12 years. And so it was tough for me on my job and to speak the truth and to say whatever I see. And I do say that that's because of the stress that I was in that I ended up sick. And so I say it's blessing in disguise to come in 1990, and I stayed here. And so I'm just going to say a few things also again. So I grew up in a small rural town in the western part of Oromia region called Nejo. It was very rare then, at that time, even now, to educate women. But my dad, who taught himself how to read and write, was able to read the Bible, and he was fascinated by this new God, and he was living in a rural area, and to be specific, a place called Mujicho Alaltu. And so he said that I'm gonna find this God. So he moved to Swedish missionary compound, and my sister, my three sisters, and I got the opportunity to be educated, and that is because of our dad. And actually, I was almost out of luck when I was in eighth grade to continue my education due to financial problems. But a young Swedish woman who came to our village to teach, she was only 20 at that time, she made my education possible. And so I completed high school, and then I was able to attend the Gimbi Comprehensive High School. Eventually, my BA in English Literature while working full-time and raising two children, also experiencing marriage problem and problems that women experience. Um, After working very hard, attending evening school for 7 years, I would have almost dropped out of my schooling, and when I was doing my undergraduate. Um, it was for a very special person among us this morning. It was possible for me to complete my undergraduate degree, and it is with great honor and respect that I acknowledge this special person, not only for me, but for all Oromos. And I'm gonna ask you to join me to acknowledge Dr. Tilaun Gamta for his contribution, and for his contribution to me, and for his contribution to so many girls and women, yet that we have to engage. So please. So it is very important to me to say that, and each and every one of us empowered by someone or by community, that is why we are doing what we do. So it is very important for me to say that. So you got the point why it is important to educate women and girls. And my passion goes deep, deep. And growing up, witnessing and being a women and girls program director at a very young age, out of high school. My first opportunity was to work with girls and women in an area called Hosanna. And so growing up, I witnessed a lot. And let me say what the passion that I got. But what we're gonna focus on, what I'm doing this, I'm gonna update you on progress we made with REAL, and also familiarize you with the ABC of nonprofits, and provide an opportunity for you to be involved in this organization. Why women or why girls? Women in my neighborhood where I was growing up were experiencing physical abuse. And it was really very hard for me to wrap around my little girl, to look at what is going on with women. And so in my neighborhood, growing up as a child, I used to hear when they were iya kukwero sambusani na naganture dubarton. And my household was not immune to that. My mom experienced it, and actually we have a friend who is now an adult that he wanted to protect his mom, and his dad actually stabbed him with spear, and he has wounds. So I was just growing up, I witnessed that, I saw that, and that is actually became my passion. And it's very complex social issue with twisted cultural and religion norms, keeping women to be oppressed and suppressed. In America, after I came to this country, I was ostracized. I was excommunicated because of speaking up to end abuse. It is out of trying to educate myself, I started to research and came across this wonderful article by Professor Kwekumsa. And when I read that, I was like, wow, do we have this kind of a culture? Because that's now what I witnessed, that what I know. And so that empowered me to actually invite her to Minnesota on February 28, 2014, to share this information to the Oromo community. And I do believe that that was the first large Oromo community that came out. And we had about 500 people came out. And we used that opportunity, and I called that event Davo Ba'a, and we raised $9,000 to go towards the building of the Oromo community of Minnesota. And so I am equipped with this knowledge, and why I'm focusing on this program to educate girls. So when we were doing that event, when Dr. Kwe came, Professor Kwe came, we did a ritual on the stage. And in Tala Ayod Agese, Odun Sigese, and she did this ceremony for us, and we went and we held our CK, and we called on women to come up to the stage to assist us. And from one of the women who came, her name is Ann Jensen. She traveled with me to Nejo, and we reincorporated REAL in 2004. And today we have over 300 girls who have been impacted, over 2,000 family members who have gone through this program. Let me just focus on this. So our unique model is to support based on one of growth and development. Because if you see, education is not gonna make huge difference when it comes to a woman and when it comes to this twisted, as I said, because we have wonderful culture, twisted norms, and to educate. So we have a wraparound. We have a mentor that works for 15 girls, goes to home and also work with them as they are adoyes, and so she works with them. So girls are completing their high school, and this is how the model looks like. We have sponsors that support the girls. And by the way, it's unconsciously, I do believe that this became a sponsorship deal, because I was also sponsored by a woman when I was in high school. So we have the girls, we have the mentor, we have in-country coordinator. Actually, Steve was able to meet that in-country coordinator, and she's a graduate of REAL who now became a full-time a mentor from Nakamte area. And so, Yes, Penang. So this is where we are. Yeah, you can go. The locations are where we are Ntoto, Brayukata, Nejo, Boji, Gimbi. I have X marked there. This is one of the big challenge we have in working long distance, and we are all volunteers, by the way. We don't have a paid staff here. So one of the challenges as running a nonprofit is that. I think I have to run. Would you? This is why educate girls, and basically it's kind of preaching it to the choir. You go into your life and your children, or your girls, or your wife, or families. You can see why it is important to educate girls. And so to give you an update, today there are 92 girls who graduated from our program and are in universities. And anywhere from, I have the story of some of the girls, and I'm going to give to you later on. So thank you, so that I can move quickly. Would you? And this is from one side, Brayukata. 9 girls now in university, 3 of them already graduated and working, 1 in mechanical engineering. And one of the big accomplishment that we did with our partners is to be able to make the shipment of 40-field container to Nejo, to the library, and also to the different sites of our girls. And due to getting that book, actually our girls are now becoming the top in performing, and they have many libraries in every locations we have. They have about 1,000 books and also 1 computer. I have to move on so that I can share a little story. It's about 1.5 minutes. Would you go? So we invite you, and due to lack of time, I can't say more, and so we can you can ask me questions later on. And so we thank you. Now I'm going to show you a 1.5 minute video. And thanks to Sunscribe for capturing that story when they traveled to Ethiopia. And also I want to thank Siade and Ayantu actually for working on this remotely. And yeah. She is now a second-year university student.
She used to work hard with the others, and she learned it. And she has no idea about how and because that I've done the best time. My family becomes the financial. We also have to do the situation and really have the education as to how to go my way. And really non-fiction, within my language, and I think there is 8 before I really try. And it's been a lot of struggles and a lot of ups and downs. And after I got into the project, it had me a lot to go through the struggles and to be okay with it. Before, my first, my brother has had no job, and then my mother had a job, and she worked in guest house as a caterer, and she helped us to help us buy her fees to pay for our vacation, and she really helped us a lot. She comes to our school to check up on us and to ask our teachers how we're doing on our education. And we have a meeting once in 2 weeks, so we have connections. I'm so happy and excited to get into this project. And that's how it happened. Because I knew it will help me it will help my family to be stable in that ways. So that made me very excited. I want to study medicine, and beyond that, I want to help other girls like me who struggle at home, struggle a lot. So I will help a lot of children who are poor, who they are who have not any access to education.
So it is due to lack of time. I couldn't get into the depth in a deep to share with you, but I am going to be available and say thank you. So follow us and support us and stand with us. And one of the big challenge for us is being a volunteer. We don't have any paid staff, but we follow government regulations. It's one of the big issue with nonprofits, and so we are good as a nonprofit organization. We have a committed board members, and we are also looking for board members if you would like to consider to join us. The future is bright, and we also wanted to do a film documentary on CK. Siade and I are actually starting to work on that. So that is what we want to give away and inspire our community, girls and women. And we come back to the root of our culture that put this wonderful cultural piece, Safu, and workability in our community. So thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I am actually standing in for Jote Tedessa. He was not able to make it here today for the conference. He was working on getting funding for Partnerships for Literacy, and so I agreed to just present for him. It's not going to be a long presentation, but I just want to share with you info about the organization and just give you a brief summary. Okay, who we are. Partnership for Literacy is a collection of people. We're members of the Minnesota East African community who have collaborated and worked together to improve literacy and education in Oromo, in Oromia, Ethiopia. Our vision, We intend to bring educational books and computers to students in disadvantaged communities and schools in all parts of Oromia. And the mission is the advancement of good literacy and education in reading, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, health, and agriculture for students in all parts of Oromia. So I just want to talk to you briefly about how the organization started. It started with 12 like-minded people in January of 2012 who wanted to make a difference in their communities. They wanted to bring meaningful and measurable impact for children and students in their communities. So let me talk about the guiding principles. Every individual must do what they can. No idea is a bad idea. If you stand for advancing literacy and education, that's what the organization and its founders were concerned with. They didn't care about political views of individuals, religious backgrounds, or social status. So the real aim was to bring together people from all over Oromia and the United States who were interested in improving literacy and education in Oromia. So basically, Partnership for Literacy is in the business of building the knowledge economy of Oromia and the broader Africa. Currently, there are 30 highly committed and dedicated individuals working on the project as team members. Can you go back? Back. Okay. Thank you. So our values. Global partnership. We created virtual partnerships with local and global organizations to advance our vision. Global community engagement. We wanted to foster grassroots and collaborative engagement across local and global communities. So, Partnership for Literacy has partnered with the University of Minnesota. They partnered with churches, philanthropic organizations, business owners, and corporations. For example, Partnership for Literacy partnered with one of Minnesota's premier cooking schools to organize a food and culture event called The Taste of Oromia, while fundraising for book shipments. We have received funds from World Vision, Sir Emeka Ofor, the Sir Emeka Ofor Foundation. So there's a Nigerian billionaire who contributed money for shipment of books to Oromia, and Pearson Publishing. They have also contributed to our efforts. Okay, so I want to just talk to you a little bit about Books for Africa. So Partnership for Literacy is linked with Books for Africa. So just to give you a brief overview, Books for Africa was founded by Tom Worth in 1988 with a simple mission, and that was to end the book famine in Africa. So if, no matter Ethiopia, if you went to Nigeria, you went to Kenya, there's always been a dearth of books in Africa. And there was a need to sort of alleviate this book famine, not just a food type of famine. So Books for Africa is the world's largest shipper of donated text and library books to the African continent. Books for Africa has shipped more than 33 million books to 49 different countries since 1988. Over the past 12 months, Books for Africa has shipped 665 computers and 200 e-readers containing 1.6 million digital books, as well as 5 new law and human rights libraries. Books for Africa has 2 warehouses. There's one in St. Paul and another in Atlanta. Because of the increased demand for books, Books for Africa is planning to double its Atlanta warehouse capacity this year. Books for Africa continued to partner with a host of organizations to ship more books, including the Peace Corps, U.S. embassies in Africa, out of print, Better World Books, USAID, World Reader, and Little Free Library. Okay, so our model. Our model is demand driven, so we don't decide, okay, what places need books. It's based on demand. So we partner with project teams based in Oromia who assess the demand for books from schools, libraries, and communities in Oromia. We plan and execute Books for Africa projects by organizing fundraising events to fund book shipments to Oromia. So on this side, our aim is to, we get the books from Books for Africa, but our aim is to really find the means to ship the books to Africa. So to date, we have fully funded and shipped 100,000 books to Oromia and 30 computers to multiple elementary and high schools in various parts of the country. So Books for Africa shipments are sponsored by the African Recipient School or nonprofit, or by their international supporters such as churches, nonprofit foundations, returned Peace Corps volunteers, university departments, or concerned individuals. We provide book order forms to recipient organizations to fill out and to return to Books for Africa. Recipient organizations sign a memorandum of understanding with Books for Africa. Then Books for Africa ships a 40-foot container holding approximately 22,000 English books. The books are donated and are gently used or new. We can also supply refurbished computers and new encyclopedia sets at additional cost, as detailed in the attached book order form. So Books for Africa requires that the recipient group or their supporters to fundraise $15,300 for the shipping cost to Addis. So to get 22,000 books to Africa, it costs $15,000 roughly. And then, so please note the shipping costs do not include the port and clearance charges. Those are the responsibility of the container recipient and should be planned for well in advance of the arrival of the container. So as you can see, we find folks to pay for the bulk of the shipping costs, but there are additional costs in the country that the recipients have to sort of come up with. So when they get the books, they feel very much invested because they've fundraised or gotten assistance to help with the process. In addition to that, the container is then cleared by someone with an organization registered with the government, so as to qualify the containers for tax exemptions. So it's an elaborate process. Lessons learned. Okay, preparation. Preparation by the recipient organization is critical to the success of a book shipment project. It is important to empower the recipient organizations to assess and determine where and how the books will be distributed. Continuous communication between Books for Africa and recipient organizations is required during the shipment process. Working with academic institutions has proven to work. So oftentimes the books are coming through academic organizations and institutions. It is not easy, but it is doable. Okay. So just a little bit more background. It takes 6 to 8 weeks to ship a container of books to Oromia. The process is very lengthy, and it can be difficult to clear a container of books to go. Recipients must have a dedicated resource who can complete the process on time. We once had to wait 30 days in order to get a single signature from one official. Recently, we had 2 containers stranded in Djibouti for 90 days because the recipient organization was not cooperating and communicating with Books for Africa. But we had to sort of reorganize things and in order to get the 2 containers to alternative recipients in order to clear the containers. All our shipments were completed in partnership with universities who took the personal responsibility to clear the containers from port and customs, as well as distributing the books. So we just get them there, but the local institutions are in charge of getting the books to the various parts of Oromia, to distributing them, and to having basically activities, celebrations, and the like to for the shipments that come in. So in terms of our goal, the goal is to ship 1 million books to Oromia by 2020. So if you're interested, we would, really like you to contribute to Books for Africa. You can see the your address, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all our presenters for all the work that you're doing back home, and everyone in this room should support their projects or at least one of them. So now we have about 5 minutes for questions, and you can ask any of our panelists and just walk up to the mics. There's one right there and right there if you have questions. There's a mic right there. Right, yeah.
Okay, shortly. Two questions. First, Tolte. Yeah, Mari wara Oromo, Kafin Jiru. Afamo Oromo to Pachundandi. This is a big question and simple but big. Yeah, why the people living in Addis Ababa, Oromo people living in Addis Ababa cannot speak Oromo? It's, what is the psychological and social and political context? It is big question. If you have research, I want to know, and if you want to research, please do. It is important. Just like it is comment, yeah. And one more about the book project. It is good to bring to the book, but one more problem: how to organize library. If you bring many books, but if you go to the library in Ethiopia, normally there's no computer system, and then sometimes disappear. So big book, also must be, maintained well to get easily and not disappear. Yeah. So I think library system is important in Ethiopia. Not only book. Of course, book is important, but also the maintain. Yeah, just please keep this. That's it.
Animo toltuudhaan konistirakshinii bareedaa godhaaf jechuudha. Ilma tokkoon qabaa seenaa jaaniini maqaa isaa waan hin baaseef gizee birootiin dubbadhaa. Toltu wajjin akkuma isin beektutti Oromoo communitytti buuka isii gargaaraatiin ture. Barzidee mucaa kiyyaa eeggaddeetiin surprise isa godhuudhaaf ergee jechuudha. Kana Chaayinaan dogoggortee toltuu odoo hin ta'in nambara 19 gootee waan dogoggore malee 23 gootee jechuudha. Mucaan booyeetii abbaa kiyya maaf waan akkanaan ergitee naan jee jechuudha. Tuurii tokkoon isaa wajjin godhee hanqa haazardee illee ayyaana waan hin qabu jecha mana Kingi Maaltu Luteritti mooraa Atlaantattiin godhee ani bar Ingilishii fi Oromoodhaan naan jaa jechuudha. Kanaaf galatoomaa ijoollee teenya afaan Oromoo abarsiisnu injifannoon talmaan Oromooti.
Actually, I'm sorry for coming a little bit late. My question is to the lady in white. To understand by the green river, lady in gray. And by the time I arrived, you were locating some locations in Oromia, which are naturally privileged, receiving more rain, producing cash crops, and people are well off. Your activity is mostly around those areas, as I understood. And your activity seems that it has marginalized, less privileged Oromo communities. I saw nothing in lowland Arate. I saw nothing in lowland Valley. I saw nothing totally in entire Borana and Guji area. What was the purpose of your intent of marginalization, or what is your plan to extend to those areas in the future? Thank you.
Maqaan koo Dubata Shoomaan jedhama. Ani toltuudhaan ani galatoome jechuudhaaf dhaabadha. Ani baay'ee yommuu maqaa ishee dhaga'ee baay'een gammade. Wanta isheen hojjettuttis baay'een gammadaa jira. Sababiin isaa maa inni ani waa'ee ijoolleen baradhe. child psychology kan baradhe yeroo baay'ee ittiin hojjechaa ture. Lafti nuyi itti kufaa jirru lafa afaan keenya ijoolleen keenya wallaalanidha. Yommuu biyya Finfinnee dhufnu ijoolleen keenya afaan keenya dhiisanii Amaariffaa haasa'u. Amma immoo yommuu biyya kana dhufnu afaan keenya dhiisaniitu Ingiliffaa haasa'u jechuudha. Mana nama baay'ee dhabuun naquusa kanan dhaga'a. Waan tokko tokko pirogiraamii yommuu goonu ataraa ijoollee keenyatti afaan Ingilizanyaadhaan nu himii jedhu. I'm ashamed. Nuti Oromoo. Yoo ijoolleen keenya dhalooti dhufuu afaan keenya hin beekan ta'e achumatti kufne jechuudha. Waa'een Oromummaa achitti hafe jechuudha. Kanaafanii isa dhugaa dubbachuu waa'ee baay'ee dubbachuun barbaadu toltu Waaqayyo si haa eebbisu. Amma sitti fufi jabaadhu si bira dhaabanna. Thank you so much.
Galatooma isinillee. Wannan jedhuu barbaade biyya hedduurraa deeme namni hedduullee na galatoonfatanii toltuu waan gaarii hojjettee waan gaarii gootee naan jedhanii garuu akkana fakkaatutti makiina babbareedaa yoo qabaatullee benziina yoo hin qabaanne makiina san tokkollee hin deemu. Akkasumatti namni Oromoo yoo na cinaan dhaabanne yoo nan gargaarre gargaarsa isaan yoo hin arganne bakka kanallee I'm sure as taa'eetuma si dubbisuu hin danda'u ture. Ammas irra deebi'eetumaan namni an galatoonfachuu qabu Oromoo cuftu addunyaa kana keessatti biyya hundarra namni na qunnameetiin na gargaaranii karaa qarshiitiin karaa hamileetiin karaa hedduutiin na gargaaranii anillee fakkii nama biraaf taheetumaan namni bira akka dhaabatanii anillee isiin karaa kanaan hojjette anillee mee karaa biraatiin hojjechuu hin danda'a. So many people are Oromoon hin gargaartu facaaftee jirti maali all of these negative feedbacks. Of course hawaasni hedduu keessa kan negative illee jirti kan positive illee jirti. So kan positive isaan walitti qabuu nurra jira anillee hagaan danda'utti tattaafadheen jira. Gargaarsa keessan akka gaariitti waan argadhee fi kun ofiitti baatnee jirra kanaaf galata guddaa qabdanii sun hundinuu jechuudha. Ammas Dr. Oromo Galatoomi gaafii kana gaafatan children in Finfinnee do not speak afaan Oromo. That's a problem. Dhugaadhaa sunillee rakkinna researchii amma kan hojjadhee subjectii directly sanirraan turre waan an barachuu barbaade yookiin beekumsa kan argachuu barbaade waa'ee namni eenyummaa isaanii eega dhoorgamee booda ka'anii biyya biraa yoo deeman biyya haaraa san keessatti eenyummaa ofiitii akkami beeksisanii akkami tiiksanii akkami godhan. So I'm sure Oromiyaa keessatti illee akkasumadha. So namni jechuun eenyummaa fi dhoorganiitumaan gara Finfinnee yoo deeman ammallee eenyummaa isaanii tiiksuu jecha ijoollee isaanii afaan Oromootti tattaafachuu namni hedduun jira garuu ijoolleen harka guddaan ka haasa'ullee harka guddaan badee jira afaan isaan jala. Sila research kiyya dhimbe professor kiyya gaafadheetumaan travel advance yoo naa kennan dhaqeetumaan ilaaladha garuu hayyama isaanirra gaafachuu qaba gama akka mana barumsaatitti. Ammas obbo Yuuyaa galatoomika quality control kiyyaati barinni. Nama hundaaf gaafadheen jira kitaaba kan gadhiise kanneen faa feedback namni yoo qabaate deebii yoo qabaate naa haa deebisani. Kanaan duraallee namni hedduun haa deebisanii deebii naa kennanii akka gaariitti naa kennaniif gara fuulduraa fi ashaangulitti yookiin kaartoona ijoolleef gadhiisu deemu jira. So kitaaba kanneen kan jalqabaati kanaan booda kan itti fufuu barbaadu Oromo cartoons and animations. Galatoom.
Gaaffii keessan deebisuudhaa fi gara Oromiyaa dhiyaa keessa baay'ee jirra. Finfinnee keessa iddoo sadii jirra. Namni ofii kootii lafuma beekanii yoo jalqaban jechuudhaan kan ka'e kana jechi jalqabame tokko bakka Hosaanaa jedhamudha. Isas immoo iddoo sanas nan beeka. Kan nuyi hojjechaa jirrus immoo karaa waldaa Makaan Yesuusiiti. Ijoolleen kun kan haadha yookiin abbaa yookiin lacha isaanii tun qabanii baay'ee hiyyeessa kan ta'anii yoo gargaarsa maqaa mucaa tokkootiin yeroo ijoollee durbaa jennu by the way manuma guutuun kan gargaarsa kanarraa maa'ii ba'u karaa mucaa tokkoo gargaarsa gochuudhaaf mucattii sana gargaarree karaa sana maatii sana gargaaruudhaaf. Amma rakkina cimaa kan nutti ta'ee jiru ituu akka fedha kootiitu ta'eeti iddoo hundumaatu keenya baay'een jaalladha garuu akkuma sila isinitti hime rakkinni cimaan tokko vaalintarii ta'uudha hundumti keenya addanaa. Achitti dubartoota 8tu qaxaramanii hojjechaa jiru mindaadhaanii garuu nu biraa kan rakkina ta'ee jiru horiidha. Malee iddoo hundumaa ga'uu barbaanna kanaaf amma ofii kooti yeroo yaadu ituu ritaayirii godhee hojii kanarratti faana bu'ee jedhee fayyaadha. Ijoolleen warri dargaggooliinis immoo ituu nu duukaa ka'anii isinis immoo utuu kakaatanii maadaliidha kan qopheessine karaa maadalii sana akkaataatti akkuma jedhee barsiisuu duwwaa utuu hin taane aadaa bareedaa kana akkamitti immoo dabarsuu dandeenya dubartoota keenya ijoollee durbaa keenya jajjabeessuudhaaf kan jedhu wanta ta'eef gargaarsa barbaanna. Amma fakkeenyaaf namni tokko naannoo tokkotti ka'ee mee walii wajjin hojjenna yoo nuun jedhee maadalii sana qabna wanta ta'eef walii wajjin hojjechuu dandeenya. Kanaaf iyyatan isinitti dhiyeessaa wal qabannee hojjennaa kana rakkinni keenya ni cimaa ta'u.
I don't really have much to say because I was reading someone else's paper, but I do know that that Jote did work with helping to establish the Nejo library. One of the ways in which I guess you have some kind of, like you said, quality control or to ensure that people are invested in the project and that they use the resources correctly is that they play a large role in getting the books there, distributing them, determining where they're going to go. You can talk maybe a little bit about the Nejo library.
Yeah. So Real contributed about over $10,000 to ship this book to Nejo. As he was sharing us in the presentation, it is very complex process actually even to get there. And how complex it is that myself and my board president actually went to Ethiopia, met with the administrators from Finfinne to Nejo to make this possible. One of the major things is, as you said, yes, you can have these books, but how are you going to handle it? So what we did is we worked with a local committee with Nejo. So we have committees there that actually took on to organize this, to make sure the books are kept well and appropriately. So we have people that on the ground who are taking care of that. And Jote is actually following up and updating us all the time. So we have done that. And that is a big problem. Actually, when we started, we wanted to reach out to librarians here from Oromia to work with them. And we have identified, by the way, I identified 2 librarians actually from our area who are working now in the public libraries. I think we can tap into them and then, you know, make it happen, to have them come and train people there and do that.
Yeah. And so also with universities, you know, Jimmy University, they've sent books all over Oromia, east and west. And so they work diligently to, you know, make sure the process is a smooth one. So they've given to universities and also public libraries. So it's a, you know, widespread effort.
Okay, I just downstock aba. I think we're done for questions. Sorry. Okay, but one sec. Let me just make Oromon ka war Oromon tan bertetani. Yo namni afan Oromon ha say dara afan hi ka fadis kabab sawan namni je chujer ibsa galatoma. Okay, we'll take your question real. Sorry. Okay. Thank you guys, and please give a round of applause for our panelists. And you can talk to them outside. The books, Toltu's books will be on sale outside during the lunch break between 1 and 2.
Thank you very much for that wonderful panel. I hope you have enjoyed it. I'm saving it for watching it live. And those of you who are watching it live or who are not able to watch it live, the video will be stored there as it's been recorded. You can watch it tomorrow or next year. Just a couple of house rules. Please turn off your phone. Put it on vibrator. You know, put the button off so that it doesn't disturb us. But keep tweeting, keep Facebooking. Please share the live stream so that those of our friends who are not able to make it can watch it at home. A reminder, please be a member of Oromo Studies Association. If you want to enjoy these kind of conferences, if you want this organization to grow, please be a member. There is a membership process outside. Please be a member. Those of you who are already a member or who became a member, please pick up your Journal of Studies Association or the JOS copy outside. Now I invite the next panel to come. I think it's Dr. Makuya to come and chair the next panel. Thank you very much. We are running 1 hour late. I'm taking that 1 hour from your life, so your lunch will be 1 hour late. Don't blame me. You came late. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. The topic for our next panel is lessons from crimes against humanity, exploring paths of justice for the Oromo. The topic, as you hear it, is very serious, and those who are going to discuss this topic are Henok Gappisa, Garoma Wakesa, Abtamu Tugo, and Tesfai Deresa. They will announce their topics. I will just say a few words about the speakers. Henok is visiting international law fellow based in Washington and Lee University School of Law. He is the incoming president of OSA. The second speaker is Garoma. Garoma is the executive director of the Human Rights League of Horn of Africa today, based in Toronto. He has been assistant editor of Ulti back in the 1990s and 2000. Urji, you know, was a newspaper that was very famous at that time, but closed down. He was in prison for 4 years because of his journalistic activities and now lives in Canada. The third speaker is Abtamu Dugo, who is an adjunct professor of journalism and communication here at the Howard University. He taught before in a college in New York. And his research area is on genocide studies. The last speaker is Tesfai. Tesfai was also a journalist. He was a journalist at home. He was an editor-in-chief of Urchi back at home. He was imprisoned because of that for 4 years, like Garoma. And today is also working on the Human Rights League for the Horn of Africa. They will announce the topic of their papers. So 15 minutes for each speaker. I'll stop you when it is 15. Please.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Rucha, for your kind introduction. I'll try to be as short as possible and go through a lengthy PowerPoint that I have. My topic that I'm going to talk about today is exploring paths and the procedures of remedies with regard to legal and political uh, uh, atmosphere in Ethiopia. We all know that there has been the last 2 centuries has been mostly occupied by a lot of injustice against the southern part of Ethiopia, including mainly the Oromos. So what I'm going to do today is to try to tell you why we need to study the remedies that we need to compensate or reinstitute or all those kinds of forms of remedies. Why do we need to study that research? The main reason that we need to study this topic is that there has to be a system of controlling narratives and discourses on historical injustice. I will get to the definition of what historical injustice is because it's the most generic word. We need to find the most fitting legal theories on how to speak about discourses of reconciliation and truth-telling processes. And we need to establish legal and historical truth. If you see, there is a lot of sporadic or scattered discourses among the Oromos and from the Ethiopian group of scholars. So we need to have a comprehensive understanding of how to end a cycle and recycle of conflict, victim and perpetrator relationship within Ethiopia. I believe Oromo is the most important social group in taking a leading role in doing reconciliatory processes. So I'm trying to hit on those issues right now. So let me know if I'm just going too fast because we have a very short time. I have a lot of things. So the most important and fundamental question we ask today is, reconciliation is a voice of reason, and nobody would disagree with the value and the virtue of reconciliation in any given society. But what are the conditions, or what are the condition precedents, or the most fundamental and important preconditions that a certain society should fulfill in getting to the most important and sustainable form of reconciliation among two conflicting group of people? So there are primary pursuit of legal and secondary form of justice. So when we talk about reconciliation, we need to reconcile something. We need to find a solution to some problem. What is it? We're claiming that there is historical injustice done against the Oromos and other southern part of the people. So what does historical injustice mean? It is the most generic terminology, so we need to define that what it is. There are researchers who define historical justice. They put historical justice in terms of wrongs and harms that have been done against society in a long time ago. It has a time element. There is a material element of that crime because historical justice is one form of crime. In contemporary definition of global legal order, historical injustice are defined in 3 or 4 different ways. Number 1, it's genocide. Number 2, crime against humanity. And number 3, war crime. And number 4, crime of aggression. Crime of aggression is basically not defined in the most important statute of international criminal law, which is the Rome Statute adopted in 2003 in Rome. So contemporary understanding of historical injustice is defined into crime against humanity, genocide, war crime, and crime of aggression is pending definition. So historically, there are the most oldest form of genocide, the Armenian genocide that took place in 1915, the Herero genocide in Namibia that was done by the colonialist period, during the colonialist period by Germany, and apartheid in South Africa, slavery, Japanese American expulsion during the World War II, the Holocaust, which I'm going to take as a benchmark in finding a solution to reconciliation in Ethiopia. So the legal features of historical injustice is that these things are most technical terminologies. They are there's preemptory norms. There are kind of norms where state or a nation would never derogate from. You cannot, for example, legalize in your country genocide, at least at least theoretically. And there is universal obligation. Any state or country can extradite or prosecute suspect or a criminal who is suspected of historical crime. So having said about historical injustice, what are the remedies that the contemporary legal order would put? There is primary pursuit of justice, reparation, restitution, guarantee for non-repetition, and sanctioning denial and idolizing. My focus is we have a competing narratives and discourse in Ethiopia and Oromo regarding what and who does injustice. So most of the time you see a lot of people denying the historical fact. The historical truth is not yet established. You see a different group of people having their own narratives, and this keeps the conflict goes on, and it should stop somewhere. And what I'm proposing today is that there has to be a legislative remedy within Ethiopia that should put an end to denying historical facts, and the Oromos have already established the historical truth of injustice, and that is the precondition for a sustainable reconciliation project in that nation. So what are denials? Denials can be presented in different forms: propaganda movement, historical revision, hate speech. There are examples of crime of denial. If you take the penal law of Israel, you see a definition of the crime of denying historical injustice as a person who, in writing or by word of mouth, publishes any statement denying or diminishing the proportions of acts committed, which are crimes against humanity. And so you see, you have a benchmark in different countries or in different jurisdictions about how the crime of denying historical injustice is prosecuted. So there are UN treaties starting from the Charter of the United Nations that addresses the historical injustice. Majority of these treaty-based and the United Nations procedures have actually theoretically tackled the problem of historical injustice because they are, of course, established after 1945, were inspired by those past injustices. But the Oromos and other group of people in Ethiopia are the most forgotten group of people within the current order. So that's why we need to speak about that. Some of the most challenging, not challenging, but a lot of people from different groups say that the injustice that has been done against the Oromo has been during the 18th century, for example, during the Middle period, and it was legal back then. You did not have a law, so something that was legal back then cannot be retroactively applied right now. But that is an artificial way of arguing, because in 1863, there was a Geneva Convention that addresses this historical injustice that we're talking about. So there was applicable legal legal order back then that was still functional. So you cannot, it's difficult to argue that like that. I'm going to give you examples of European countries, because the majority of European countries have addressed the problem of denying historical injustice. For example, take France. There was a professor of literature in France called Professor Farison. He tried to revise the historical facts about the Holocaust, and he was that situation was considered as unprofessional by the court in France, and he who was penalized by that. And then he appealed his case to the Human Rights Committee in United Nations, and the United Nations Human Rights Committee rejected the appeal, because even if you are a history professor, you need to be professionally consider historical facts and injustice that has been done against a lot of people. So there is a well-established precedent or case example where revising unprofessionally historical truths of people would even amount to denying what happened to them. So that is what we see in European Court of Human Rights. There are a lot of cases against denying the Holocaust, for example. The European Court of Human Rights has strongly and clearly established the fact that if you deny the happening of the Holocaust, that amounts to participating or being complicit in the crime. So take Austria. There is a case that happened in, I think, in 1990s, where a journalist from British was apprehended in Austria because he wrote a story that he questioned the facts and the happenings of the Holocaust. So we in the Oromo society are not speaking something new. There is already a precedent that was established. So a lot of histories and facts and injustice that was perpetrated against Oromo was denied in history books. That denial I'm proposing is that should be discouraged and sanctioned legally. That is the most important precondition for a successful and sustainable reconciliation. If we have to talk about reconciliation in Oromia and in Ethiopia among the Oromos and non-Oromos, we have to live in harmony and love and everything. There has to be a sustainable reconciliation, and there is a precondition for reconciliation, and that is what I was talking earlier. So I'm just going to rush you in. I'm sorry about that. I said reconciliation here. So legally sanctioning denials of historical injustice is among the colossal forms of remedy that may guarantee non-repetition and official invalidation of past wrongs. So there are precaution and important thing that we need to be watchful of in designing projects of reconciliation and truth-telling. One, freedom of expression. We believe in a strong sense of freedom of expression, but I personally believe that it's not absolute. There is a limitation to freedom of expression. You can ask, for example, anybody can deny or whatever they can do because that is part of freedom of expression. How would you tackle that problem? So the most challenging thing is how can you legally sanction denial of historical truths without limiting somebody's freedom of expression? That is one of the most important policy priority among people who just does this. And the other is you have to make sure the legitimacy and modality of legislative action. And the law that you propose in a certain country to tackle that problem should be legitimate. It should be participatory. It should not be random and arbitrary. So the summary chart is I'm summarizing. Undoubtedly there was a historical injustice, and there are clear victims and perpetrators since the last 2-3 centuries. I believe peace is way better than a continued cycle of conflict. Oromos who have been the victim of historical and contemporary part of injustice should be capable of taking a leading role in establishing a strong institution of reconciliation. And there is a precondition for that reconciliation to happen. That is, you have to sanction denial first. There should not be a denial of those facts. And then you have to be watchful of not limiting people's freedom of expression. And that guarantees non-repetition and non-reproduction, not idolizing and not exemplifying those who deny historical injustice. And then finally, you can tackle that through a legislative procedure. That is a legal remedy. And that's it. I know I rush you in because we are running out of time. I'll just try to deal with the question that you might have. Thank you very much for listening.
Akkam jirtu hundi keessan? Baga nagaa warra Good morning, everybody. My name is Omargel Garuma Wakasa. So I'm going to talk on human rights situation in Ethiopia. As you know, actually, every time I'm coming here, I'm coming with news on human rights in Ethiopia and in Africa, of course, in the Horn of Africa. So today is really a good day because I see somebody just who we fought in the last 8 years for his release. He's already released, Mr. Bakala Garba, and we fought for his he should be released. In that sense, we fought not only Human Rights League of the Horn of Africa, the other international organizations like Human Rights Watch and the Amnesty International. And again, I'm very happy to see my friend Felix Horn, the Human Rights Watch specialist on Horn of Africa, and I'm happy that he's going to share with us about what he saw, what he did, and what he got about human rights violation in Horn of Africa, especially on Oromia. So I want to continue with my presentation, and my points are here. I'm going to describe or explain about human rights and civil rights a little bit, because I'm not going to dictate about human rights and civil rights, just to show you the highlight and the protection of human rights. What protection means. When we are talking about protection of human rights, who is going to protect human rights? And the next one is what mean to violate human rights. When we are talking about violation of human rights, or human rights is violated, or abuse of human rights, what do we mean in short? So my main point is I'm going to show, after all this, how conflicts are going to get beyond interactability. That means to bring it back or to make peace. So now, to start from the first one, when we are talking about human rights, everybody knows what human rights is, but what we don't know is we cannot differentiate what is basic right and fundamental rights is. Every person has got a human rights. Human rights is really nobody can give us. We're born with it, and we have to protect it. So when we are talking about fundamental, that means human rights, which all of us have, and it is universal. There is no distinction here with color or with race or with anything. Everybody has got equal human rights. This is what we have to understand. When we are talking about civil rights, when we talk about civil rights, this is more fundamental. That means written or it has documented. We are just guaranteed if somebody can get its civil rights through constitution. That means it is the agreement between the people and the government. Can be like, we can say like this. So this here we have to see the difference between basic right and fundamental rights. So, for example, the freedom of speech is fundamental rights, because we can get it in written document. Just nobody can say that it is my basic right. So finally, if these rights are protected, it means that the government who is just running the country is a democratic. Why? What it means? Because as a sense or in general, protection of human rights is very important for us. Who is going to protect the human rights? Human rights is only protected by individuals, by people. So all individuals or any person whose human rights is violated should not accept that because it is the primary protecting person or personal is an individual. The second one is the government. Government is there because he should protect the human rights or the rights of the people, whether it is fundamental or whether it is basic. If it is not, there is going to be a conflict between the people or the citizens and the government. So when we are talking about the conflict, there are two types of conflicts. We can't, there are of course a lot of complexities, but we are going to see two of them. The first one is external, that is, it can be between boundaries, between two countries means, and another one is the internal one. We are going to focus on the internal one. When we are talking about internal conflict, it means when repression is a lot, or human rights abuse is just very wide, people are just asking about their right and they start conflicting with their government. So finally, this conflict, if it is not solved on time, the conflict will just go to another level. There are different types of conflict levels. The start one, or we can say the small level, and the big, then finally it is going to be interactable. What do you mean when I'm talking about interactable? When we are talking about interactable, it means that we cannot diverse it, or there is no compromise once it is reached at that level. So it means that there is a quarrel between the government and the people. So this is very dangerous for anybody, or for the government side and for the people. So when we are talking about Oromia, especially in Ethiopia, human rights in Ethiopia, we see that it reached at this level, because we are saying that it reached at this level. Let's see what is happening today in Oromia. So if you see the overview, it is that imprisonment is there, always just from 1991 up to now. Oromo people are just from day to day, from time to time, people are just sent into prison. And if you see the amount, the number of imprisonment in Ethiopia today, let me show you. So Ethiopian prisoners registered 93,044. This is a registered one, the registered one, and the international prisoners study, that international organization, they are making every year a research in the world. They went to Ethiopian government and asked, they got this number. This number is which the government officially acknowledged. But there are other prisoners. We know in Ethiopia, we have many prison houses or prison places. The official ones and the unofficial, the hidden ones. So according to the document we collected, unregistered are 54,000 again. These are the documents. They are also undocumented. So from this, if you go to Oromo prisoners, registered are 45,000, according to the government, and unregistered one are 39,000 and over. So in general, they are totally, as we know, as just the document shows from different sources, there are 84,000 Oromo prisoners above. So this type of situation in Ethiopia is escalating, of course, the relation between the government and the people. That's why we say that the conflict in Ethiopia is going to be intractable. That means it's irreversible. So by doing this, the Ethiopian government is violating a lot of, just as Mr. Henok said, many documents, especially Constitution of Ethiopia. So the first, in Ethiopia, these people are disappeared people since 1992. I brought this one for example. There are many of them. According to our document, just a minute. There are more than 2,000 Oromos disappeared until now. That means that we don't know where they are. They are killed or they are imprisoned underground, nobody knows. So, okay. So this is the summary. Tortured above 7,000 and killed above 3,550 plus. These are what is registered at different time in 20 years. And these people are, you see these children, they were killed in 2014. And these are, most of them are from Ambo, from Western, just Shoah it means. And let's see what Ethiopian government just breached. The Ethiopian Constitution of 1995 says that there is a democracy in Ethiopia. The Constitution, by the way, have got 106 articles. From 106, 1/4 of the Constitution is about human rights. Human rights. So the Ethiopian government also breached the African Peoples and the Human Rights Treaties of 1981. So it allows the democratic right of the citizens. And again, Ethiopian government breached, as Mr. Henok said, international human rights treaties. By the way, as a standard in international treaties, there are 9 international treaties in the world, just which United Nations is using. Among these, 7 were signed and ratified by Ethiopian government. What it means signed and ratified? It means it is going to oblige or just respect human rights. But Ethiopian government is doing the opposite. Signed and ratified, but on the ground is the opposite action. So when you see these are all articles. For example, let me tell you something, just what happened in 2004. In 2010, every 4 years, Ethiopia the United Nations assess Ethiopia's human rights treatment. So in 2009, in 2010, they have got around 84 recommendations to improve the human rights situation in Ethiopia. In 2004, the recommendation the Ethiopian government received was 252. This shows that from time to time, the violation of human rights in Ethiopia is escalating. That's why I'm saying that the conflict in Ethiopia and between the people and the government is irreversible. Nobody can reverse. In the future, we don't know what is going to happen. So what is our recommendation is, many times the Human Rights League of the Horn of Africa requested the United Nations to ask Ethiopia to allow neutral investigators to get into Ethiopia and just assess what is happening, because the Ethiopian government kept just denying. They are saying that we are a democratic country, we signed this number of agreements, so in our country there is no human rights violation. Human Rights Watch is lying, Amnesty International is lying, Human Rights League is lying. This is what they are saying. So this is the only way that the peace in Ethiopia can come. Otherwise, if they continue keeping just violating human rights, this conflict is going to happen. This is what we think. So finally, what I want to say is, this is really above norm. What we have to think is, we documented a lot of human rights abuses. Human Rights Watch also documented. Again, there is a document from Amnesty International. What is our next? We are keeping documenting what happened. What is our next step? Our next step is, we have to see another angle. We have to try to organize our documents and bring the government in front of the court. Which court? There is ICC court, that means International Criminal Court. So for that, we have to just really organize our documents and bring the government in front of the court and see what is going to happen. Otherwise, keeping documenting is not really a solution. It is not only a solution, it is documenting is good. That is our job, because people should know what is happening. But that's not going to bring for us just the result. So this is our next plan, and I want you really help on this in any ways, in material, or we lack 2 things now. We lack financial resource and the human resource and the information. Of course, we have got reporters in Horn of Africa, and different places. That's not enough. If you plan to bring the government to the court, we have to make sure that our documents are full. There are 3 ways to bring this government into the court. The Ethiopian government is not the member of ICC, not the member of ICC. Therefore, the one body who can present this government in front of the court is organizations like Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch or Human Rights League, or individuals, if they have got a document. Otherwise, the United Nations, one of the United Nations part, which is Security Council, the Security Council, they can bring them. So this is our plan. So I urge you just to do all your best to help us. Thank you for listening. Yeah.
Akkam jirtan nagaa keessanii hundumti keessanuu inni na beeksiseera maqaa kiyya deebiseen beeksisu nagaa keessanii jechuun barbaada dura. Hello everybody. The introduction has been already done. I'm really very happy that I'm part of this panel. It's a growing area of discussion. It's one of the new disciplines that's being introduced at the Oromo Studies Association. So my topic is the stealth genocide by government policy, famine and forced deportation in Oromia, Ethiopia. Definition, of course, some of you who are lawyers or who are in human rights are aware of the definitions of genocide, but just, for the purpose of clarity, I'd like to just provide a brief definition. According to the UNGC, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. So here I'm going to focus on the third item, which is deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. Shootings, actual physical shootings, killing person directly is very noticeable, and the number of people who are killed that way could be less than the number of people who are killed through famine, starvation, lack of drinking water, or access to the basics of life. So there are other articles. I'm just gonna go faster for time's sake. The objective of this research is to analyze how famine is used as a secret weapon of genocide by looking at cases over decades. We would like to infer intent to commit genocide from recurring patterns of acts, actions, or crimes. To describe how overt and covert genocide have unfolded down the decades under various Ethiopian regimes, including the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front or the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front that's in power presently. To make recommendations that will protect future generations of the Oromo, Ogadeni, and other peoples of the South who face similar circumstances. Patterns, what we generally see in terms of famine being used as a weapon of genocide are the following patterns. Repeated denial by Ethiopia's government until truces of famine come out. Usually it's very common from Derg, Haile Selassie to EPRDF. Accepting donations but not using them to feed the hungry. I'm sorry, I wasn't actually paying attention to the screen. Okay, the remote control might be out of battery or something is wrong with it. Okay.
It's working. Uh, so accepting donations but not using them to feed the hungry. Basically, aid has become something of a business for governments in Ethiopia because, by showing really hungry and emaciated faces, they get uh, donations that don't or hardly get to the people who are deliberately starved. So reacting to media attention to begin, end, and change programs that were designed to fail, massive deportations have been used as a tactic of genocide. The ongoing land grabbing is an example of that. There were other examples in the past. International media attention causes change in government behavior, especially when they need outside support. They are pathetically dependent on outside support, as we all know. But the issue here is that they don't change policy; they change the way they do things. Like, for example, if they are discovered committing egregious abuses, they try to frame it in a positive terms, such as development or land grabbing, expansion of the capital city, so that people can access uh, services or whatever services, but people usually don't end up accessing anything, especially when it comes to Oromia. So preventing the targeted populace from performing survival behaviors that would mitigate the hunger, forcing the populace into conditions of life calculated to bring harm with deportations into areas that could not support them. Removing food from the affected areas is another strategy, or just withholding food within the storage systems, warehouses, and not releasing them to people who need them when they are facing famine. So the cases of genocide as famine as a weapon of genocide is one is resettlement and villagization as genocide, one of the early work by Derg. So villagization imposes, was characterized by conditions that were deplorable. They were subjected to forced labor and given meager food rations. Although villagization programs affected 5 million peasants, mostly Oromo Muslims, with the program scheduled to include 27 million additional people by the mid-1990s, it occurred far from the curious eyes of media and foreign diplomats. Peasants were brutally forced to a new location, one without mosque, school, or clean sources of water. Mosques were razed or made into toilets. Women were raped systematically by soldiers, and children were beaten. This is according to Kaplan, Surrender or Start, his book. So researchers and observers who were present were not surprised when a 1987-1988 famine occurred in Oromia due to government policies. Famine continuously affects the South. There is a shift in terms of famine from the North in the 1980s and 70s to Oromia in the South in the 1990s, the 2000s, and to the present date. So a lot of these places are lush green places, but they suffer from recurring famine that can be prevented. So, a lot of areas, Bali, Hararge, Shoa, Walaga, RC areas did face hunger. Resettlement again, forced resettlement has a history that is associated with mass deaths intended by those who carry them out. In Ethiopia, mass resettlement has been common, according to Clay and Holcomb, and the consequences have been, reduction of a population in local areas by 3/4 or a significant number of reduction in areas that were affected. People died from disease and from abandonment. The dance between media and government, the timing of the resettlement of 1984, the government responded to negative media attention in order to keep the food aid flowing from donor countries. Like a naughty child caught in the forbidden act of destruction, they stopped the act until they were safe from discovery. The media, NGOs, foreign governments totally accepted the government line that resettlement was required in order to improve the lives of peasants in drought-prone areas. They always justify evil deeds as if they benefit the masses and have gotten away with them as a gazillion times so far. Picking up on the public expose of the famine by Medicines Sans Frontier, the New York Times reported that 100,000 to 60,000 had died. That's a huge number. And mostly in the south and also in the Wallo area. Mass death. Thank you. Mass death. One is able to deduce genocidal intent of the Derg by the pattern of forcibly and systematically removing people of targeted groups from their homes in order to create conditions of life which brought about many deaths and caused irreparable harm to surviving victims. These deaths occurred generally in secret, as media was only permitted to visit areas acceptable to the regime. According to somebody Finnegan, 500,000 resettled by 500,000 resettled by 1985. 125,000 had perished. Please, these numbers are human beings. They're somebody's sisters, brothers, and it's just like sometimes numbers do dehumanize us, and we don't pay attention to the magnitude of the suffering. Waiting for death in transit camps, the deportees were weakened by starvation and illness and were lured to the camps by the expected presence of donated food aid. In recent years, Gambela, the Anuak of Gambela suffered similar problems. In December 2003, Anuak people in Gambela were attacked by the Ethiopian army. About 400 were massacred. An estimated 1,000 homes were razed. Villagization started in 2010 under the excuse of improving the living conditions of the indigent Anuak. They were promised food, fresh water, agricultural implements, schools, medical clinics, but little or none of these were made available when the victims arrived. The army denigrated them as, you black men are our slaves. In 21st century, under EPRDF that claims to be democratic, and Obama says, it's a democratically elected government, which of course is, bogus. After the Derg, Malas and Hailemariam Desalegn, one would expect that donors, NGOs, and government would finally get it right, but not really. Malas Zenawi belonged to the Tigray segment of the Abyssinian group. The location of hunger changed under their watch, but not its existence within the Oromo population and the other peoples of the south. Hunger was rampant early in Zenawi's regime, and by 2008, the crisis became evident. Daoud Ibsa, actually this is from the statement issued on the Oromo Liberation Front website, says, asks a question, Oromia is starving while Tigray is prospering, and answers his own questions. Since it came to power in 1991, the current regime has dispossessed, displaced, and disenfranchised tens of thousands of the Oromo people. which is the real root cause for the underdevelopment and starvation of Oromia today. So basically what I'm saying here is that, my colleague in at Oromo Studies, Henok Gabisa, said, addressed the historical injustices. It's a conversation that I and Henok would like really to have about, whether injustices are historical or they are continuity. But I think he meant like, whether so there is a continuity of historical injustices under the current regime, and the culture of denial that Henok mentioned also continues to be very pervasive in the Ethiopian society, in the institutions as well as in the school systems. In conclusion, the world knows about these things, but the world chooses to be silent about these things. Sometimes people are ashamed even to mention the names of the victims by their name. Like, saying Oromo, people are suffering. Some of these issues can be dislocated and misplaced and not talked about, because it's sometimes just considered a national general famine issue that affects everybody in Ethiopia. So even though mass atrocity and multiple deaths of the victims due to starvation was known to the outside world, most of the media, NGOs, and donor governments have failed to acknowledge the problems or even to take sufficient action to stop the carnage. If we would prefer to see a world free of genocidal atrocities and crimes against humanity, we must work to ensure that those voices claiming to have witnessed such hidden atrocities must not be ignored as just some angry victims who just happen to get in front of a microphone. How many more children must suffer the hunger of government-induced famine in Oromia and Ethiopia before it's stopped? So basically, that's it. In summary, regimes in the past and the present use famine as a weapon of genocide. One evidence that shows you that is the shift of famine from the north to the south, from the rocky north to the very fertile, green, lush south. That's a very strong indication that there is a famine could be prevented, but the governments don't intend to do that. Thank you so much for listening.
Akkam jirtu fayyaa keessanii. Obbo Baqqalaa Nkaanii Baanii, Waaqayyoo baga kanaan isin ga'e jechuun hin barbaade. Anybody who's familiar with Ethiopian jails, emerging alive is hardly expected. We should be extraordinarily strong morally and mentally to survive and come out from there alive. And it's a victory, I can say. It's a victory over fierce battle that he won. Nafani baga Waaqayyo kana isin ga'e jechuu barbaade. Two things mentioned around Garomas and my name: journalism, human rights advocacy, Urji newspaper, Human Rights League. It's not what we chose to be. It's what the situation forced us to be. In short, practicing journalism in Ethiopia is genuine journalism. Genuine journalism is purely human rights advocacy, because every day it's reporting on extrajudicial killings, arrests and detentions without trial, like the case of Baqqalaa. Disappearances, like the one you saw here, 10 years, 20 years. It's all about that. And you see yourself doing that, reporting human rights violations, advocating human rights. That's what happened. To my presentation, where do I? Yeah. Genocide, cultural genocide. In short, it's a component of what Habtamu talked about. Most of us are familiar with genocide, but I don't think with cultural genocide. It has been very controversial so far, still controversial, the phrase cultural genocide. It first coined and brought up by a lawyer called Raphael Lemkin, originally Polish, in around 1933, and then 1944. In 1994, attempts were made to include it in the Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People. That draft was dragged on and on and on, and eventually presented to the General Assembly in 2007. For some reasons, in some ways, that phrase was removed from the draft and not included. And my feeling is that we know, you know, I know, those who are sitting there at the United Nations or represented by their agents, in most cases, perpetrators of this crime. And they don't want it to be made into an instrument, legal instrument, because it's coming back to be used against them. Maybe that's why. Genocide, you know it in short, is a biological destruction, physical annihilation of a nation, an ethnic group, religious group, any group associated to each other, tied together in some ways. Cultural genocide, though not accepted and not included in those international instruments, there are scholars who have agreed on definitions. It's in short, an integral component of colonial policies wherever it happens, including Oromia. And a coordinated plan, straightforward and indirectly. When indirect, even the subjects themselves being cooperators, like in our case, we have been helping them in committing it unknowingly. Like all of us, let's look at back what we went through at the level of our grandparents, our parents, ourselves. It's a destruction of essential foundations of lives of a nation, an ethnic group, religious group. It's an attempt or an intention to replace independence with dependence. Take these most recent cases taking place, displacing Oromos from their land, Oromo farmers. A self-sufficient Oromo, even overproducing. I have seen this in my life. This starvation told on media for some people in Ethiopia itself. It's just a story. They hear it on the media. At the age of my father, not my grandfather, Oromo farmer dumps crops from the previous year to clear a store for the fresh harvest. A farmer like this ending up as a day laborer or on the streets, not even able to support himself, let alone supporting 5, 6, 7 family members. Assimilation or integration without physical, and this is where it is different from the genocide, the general genocide. That one is physical, biological. This is without physical annihilation. I think no need of explaining to Oromo. There is what we call ijajitidu. This is it. Cultural genocide, ijajitidu. It's a cultural, social, political, economic, religious, moral destruction. Some try to equate it or use it alternately with the word ethnocide, which means denial of the rights to develop, disseminate, and enjoy one's own culture and language as an ethnic group or as a nationality. The disintegration as a distinct ethnic group through the destruction of their specific cultural characteristics. I try to put them under two categories: the cultural genocide cases of Oromia, the past, or the ones that are remote in time, and the present ones. The past, that started on day one of the conquer or the colonization by Menelik, by means of psychological war and other means. The present one, that's going on, has been going on in the name of development by means of dispossessions, displacement, disintegration, destruction. In the name of development, is it just a land grab that's happening? Just lafuma Oromo Rafra Chudu Wada is just a displacement without consent and compensation. So that we can make a sense from this. Let's look at Oromo Ke Mbeto Ke Okanke. What does it mean to say Ke for an Oromo? Or what does an Oromo mean when he or she says Ke Ko? Just imagine an Oromo farmer or father standing out there on a hill, looking back at his Ke. What does he feel? Ke-ko. It's a belongingness. It's an ownership, it's a possession. It's a wealth accumulated over years. In some cases, inherited. I was born in my father's home, inherited from his father. The pillars erected by his father. It's like that. To make more sense, let's go into Oromo traditional home. Exteriors and interiors. The exteriors, front yards, backyards. They are filled with plantations, fruits, vegetables, coffee plant, banana, depending on the climate. And coffee plant, like 5 to 10 of it, is apart from the big coffee farm away from home. This is for emergency cases, like Oromo mother having a surprise visit with a friend. She doesn't worry about not having coffee inside. Just stepping out, picking some, coming inside, grinding it, making coffee. And these are, it's not just one-time harvest, year-round. In some cases, just a plant for years. A coffee tree can exist for years around home, not one. Banana, all others. Let's come inside. Mainly almost homes have 3 sections. The first you see is Ifa, living room, in our case here, Dinka, like bedrooms, Gola, kitchen. I'm referring to homes in Ilua Babo, Western Oromia. Ifa, especially, is a theater. The fireplace, what happens there? Nighttime, parents, grandparents surrounded by kids, children, grandchildren. What goes on? Telling stories, playing traditional games. Ibo, Dijimate, Abba Kemal, Umu Malbat, all that. What does this serve? What do they help for? Is there means of exchanging knowledge, experience, inheriting wisdom to the next generation. It's a school, a library, destroyed. This is what they're destroying. This is how it becomes cultural genocide. Collectively, a hell lot of very rich tradition. Bugging me, time does not allow me to talk. You know, a lot of Buddhina, Ijole, a tradition by itself. Dua awaj gadda 14 days in Oromo tradition. On the 14th day, go do tuji gajerama. Then everybody, the community comes out, help the bereaving families. with making up all that it could be a time of harvest, delayed with mourning, all made up, this kind of free, serving each other, lending hand each other, these all kind of traditions. Food of Eruma, ilaallachuu jaarsa ergachuu marga ergachuu naqata, all that happens guyyaa food of Eruma. Is supporting each other. In short, in Oromo tradition, somebody disabled due to accident, chronic illness, some other reasons, never goes onto the streets. There is a tradition to support that person until the day of his death. Such a respectful tradition, full of dignities, this all disappeared. I don't think I have time for this one, the remote ones that had been going on in the name of Magnats. And just a proof of the denial for colonialism. Do you know what Magnat means? When you ask them why they came to Oromia and other southern regions, they say, we came La Magnat. What does Magnat mean? And if there is Magnat, there is Yakanna. That Yakanna is colonial or colonialism. But every time this word is mentioned, no, you are not colonized, we are not colonizers. But this is from the word from the Selvi. They came La Magnat, to colonize. And under this, which means this is the implication is civilizing you. But sorry to say, in some ways they have been backward than all others. They have nothing to bring for Oromo, more advanced than them. And that Magnat, through these psychological words like the all demeaning, dehumanizing phrases and terms, Gala, Gamadav, Biabute Maitara, all that, ending up in Ijajitibu, a lot of Oromos are forced to hide from themselves and from others, changing names, all that, and cultural genocide. So, in summary, in the name of development, the dispossession, displacement, disintegration, discussion happened, and then what left behind, what scholars of the field put as legacies of cultural genocide, what are they? Poverty, and become on the streets, panhandling, beggary, a self-sufficient Oromo farmer, disease, depression, suicide, alcoholism, domestic violence, crime, and in general, loss of identity and self-worth, which becomes a hell on earth. I think that's all I have. I had a lot to say, but I don't have time. And thank you for listening, Galatoma. Obo Bakala, you stepped out. Bagawa kayo kanang sigay hindi din ang bekalat kesa okay. Kung injifano gudada.
Thank you, Tesfaye. We are finished just on time. Everybody took 15 minutes. Now we have only 5 minutes. The president of OSA is insisting that 5 minutes is enough. So please, just make your questions short, comments short. I will allow 3 questions to begin with.
Jalkabu?
My question specifically to the Enoch. You talked about reconciliation. Will you please elaborate who are we reconciling with?
We don't hear you.
Oh, Nagamu. Okay. Undum tikesa ni yu galatoma bayes ni rabarade. Gafin ko obo Enoch ifi yerodra. Reconciliation. You spoke about reconciliation. Will you please elaborate on who we're reconciling with, given Ethiopia is not really a true country, there is no true government, it's just an imaginary. So who are we reconciling with, and how would this benefit the Oromos given our current status? The second thing is peace. Ethiopia's wild, wild west. Really, if you have a gun, you rule. So how can we bring about peace, and how would this benefit the Oromo people? Because this is very important. My last question is for all the panels. You guys spoke about human rights violation, historical injustice, starvation, all of these things. And we appeal to the international community. The international community for a long time, now since OSA started and prior to that, we've been appealing to the international community. The international community has not heard us, has not replied to us. What is the alternative for Oromo people so they can, use their own strength to respect, they can get their own human right back? So, and what is the alternative to appeal to the international community if there is one?
Waaqayyoon Oromoo uume haa galatoomu akka obbo Bulchaan beekutti akka adeerri kiyya kun beekuu fi adeerri kiyya kun beekutti miseensa OSA 1997 anaa fi amantiitu dargaggoota irraa ta'ee jechuudha. Saniif waan gammachiisaa tokkoon qabaa jechuudha. Waan haaraa isin baasaa. Abbiitu beekaa ex-employee of University of Minnesota ture jechuudha. Kanaaf alaabaan guyyaa sana achi bitadde Oromoo sappoortiitiin membarii ta'e jechuudha. Karaa birootiin carraan namaaf kannaa Minnesota keessatti akka saayibaatti akka amantii wajjinis trend goonutti akka jaala qabsoottis maatii isaa hundaan beeka. Keessaafuu ilma isaa jarmii horaana Ameerikaa keessa jiru hedduun beeka. Kanaaf obbo Bulchaa galatoomiin siin jaa kitaaba Kiitii Elsan kanaan si badhaasaa dheeyxeeti annas duubattiin katabaa maqaa kiyya ni beeytanii irraa katabsiifattaa jechuudha. Maqaa kiyya innis ni beekaa jechuudha. Gaaffiin tiyyaan qumaatti.
Now of culture, gaafin kiyya obbo Baqqalaa Waaqessaatii fi duraan dursee uummata keenyaaf nama afaan hin qabne afaan ta'uu keessaniif galatooma. Waa'ee mirgaati irratti, waa'ee mirga ilma namaa, waa'ee dubbachuu fi kana irratti haasoftanii. Garuu gaafin kiyya yeroo hundaa sammuu keessa kana naanna'u waa'ee uummata keenya economic rights, deprived of economic rights irratti inni kuni uummanni keenya uummata biyya sanii cinaa caalaadha. Uummanni cinaan tokko economic rights deprived yoo ta'u biyyi sun akkamitti guddachuu dandeessi kan jedhu. Akkanatti fakkaatutti yoo qoratamees ta'e yookaan immoo karaa fuula duraatillee yoo qoratamuu danda'e hiyyummaan biyyattii sanii amma Oromoon mirga qabeenya horatutti guddachuu akka hin dandeenye natti mul'ata. Nama ikonomistii lammiti ani akka ilaalcha kiyyaatitti kanarratti isin addunyaa isaaniif qarshiif dolaara achitti ergaa jiran san uummanni Oromoo cinaan tokko har'a kan hidhaman kumaatamaan lakkaa'aman mana hidhaa jiran sun warra xiqqoo dandeettiidhaan achi fageessanii ilaalanii fi warra xiqqoo of danda'an namni tokko of hin dandeenye nama biraatti dubbachuu hin danda'u. Kanaafuu uummanni Oromoo qabaatas ta'e barataas of danda'e mana hidhaa deemaa jechaadha. Akkamitti biyyattiin sun guddachuu dandeessi? Yoo cinaan tokko uummanni cinaan tokko economic right deprived ta'e akkamitti guddatee uummanni tokko karaa fuula duraatti tarkaanfachuu danda'a. Kana irratti wanni qoratame jira yoo qabaattanii asirratti qoonaa ibsitaniitiin galatooma.
You ask and then they will answer.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Tasfa. My question is just about reconciliation. One of our friend over there mentioned about reconciliation and peace. When we are talking, or the notion of reconciliation consists of three entities, two parties and the middle one, the mediator. Ethiopia has been considered as a country of war and heroes, where the victim and victors are there through historical times, I, as an individual, am feeling that there has never been any reliable, knowledgeable, well-informed reconciliator, dedicated reconciliator, or someone who can bring the victim and the victor. I think it is always going to be about the victim and victor as long as there is no genuine reconciliator over there. So, as my friend over there said, who are we going to reconcile with? Who biyya keenya keessatti aadaa Oromoo keessatti yeroo waa'ee araaraa dubbatanii jaarsatu dhufa. Jaarsa araaraa kan garsuu hin qabne kan gara kana jennee nama lama wal lolu walitti fiduudha. Kun hin jiru seenaa Habashaa keessatti biyya ajjeesuuf duun jirutti. Yoo South Africa laaltanii apartheidiin akkatti kufe bee. Yoo Zimbabwe laaltanii apartheidiin achi akkatti kufe baay'ee haasa'uun naqu yeroon fixu kan gidduu galee ummata wal fixaa ture sana sanyiidhaanii ilaalcha siyaasaatiin wal fixaa ture sana walitti fide genuine committeedhaan ta'etu ture jechuudha. United Nations 1997 I've been to Switzerland in a hill called Ko keessatti akka waa'ee holocaust amma haasa'ame kun akka inni dhufee Jarmanoota keessaa Faransaayidhaa Ingilaandiidhaa namoonni walitti dhufanii waa'ee holocaust kana har'a seenaa keessatti aneessafichi jechuu qabne kana dhaabani. Hamma sun hin jirretti Oromiyaan koo biyyi koo yoo bilisa baate iyyuu Habashoonni ammas lolaan itti fufuu jechuudha. Waa'ee reconciliator, mediatorii kana attamitti ilaaltu?
Thank you very much for the questions. They are really very important to enrich the research that I personally am interested in. I have to disclaim, or I have to be honest, reconciliation project has a lot to be unpacked in the context of Oromia and Ethiopia. It is a very complex and intricate problem, but at this initial phase of the idea, what I am limited or confined to is to propose some sort of hypothesis where rationally, as a voice of rational, the voice of reason, there has to be a way to end a cycle and recycle of mistrust, animosity, and all those problems. And the way to go, historically speaking, is reconciliation is one thing, but that question might well be addressed by experts of conflict dispute. But again, I can say a short thing about who do we reconcile with, because that's a very important question. To answer who we are reconciling with, what I propose is the Oromos should take a leading role in putting discourses or shaping and sharing the discourses as a strong agent of peace, so that when you just put your hypothesis out there, you see a reactionary group. That reactionary group is on the other part of the project. So that is the entity that you need to reconcile with. And historically speaking, the northern part of Ethiopia has historically been on the hostile part against Oromos and the southern, but it should be empirically supported, and also a lot of research has been done by veteran Oromo professors and scholars. So what I'm saying here is I confess that reconciliation has really a lot to be unpacked about, but the good thing is can we agree on the voice of reason about reconciliation? And that is what I think the Oromo Frontiers and New Discourse and Study should focus on. And I believe people and giant people like Bakale Garba are a clear example of those values of not really fighting for a limited jurisdiction, but also inclusively being a leading example. That is what I believe in. Sorry for taking a long time. I'll just pass it over.
Ani deebisuu kan barbaadu achirraa gaaffii gaafatamedha. Afaan Oromootiin deebisaa maal jedha? Biyya addunyaa yeroo har'aa rakkina uummata Oromoo irra gahaa jiru dhagaa hin jiru malam biraa maaltu jira kan jedhudha deebisuun barbaada. Dhugumara biyya addunyaa har'a kaleessa miti har'a waa'ee dhimma Oromoo gurra kennaa jira. Beekaa jira jechaadha. Kanan jechuu barbaade gaggabaan isin deebisaa sila dubbadheera. 2010 haalli international community keessa jiru waa'ee uummata Oromoo especially at United Nations fi yeroo har'aa kan jiru addadha. Yeroo sana isinitti meeraa yoggaa waa'ee human rights abuse in Ethiopia jennee deebii waan waraqata dhiyeessinu hundumatu nu mormee ture. Maaliif mootummaan Itoophiyaa dimokiraataadha. Sanadii 7 mallatteesseera 9 keessa. Mootummaan sanadii kana mallatteesse biyyatti galee kana godha jennee hin amannu jechaa turanii itti deddeebinee human rights organization adda addaa yoggaa waan 2014 to tell you the fact there are 47 United Nations Human Rights Council members. Ethiopia is one of them. All accepted what we said, not what Ethiopia is saying, keeping saying. They say they knew now Ethiopia is absolutely the human rights violator. So they asked, I told you that we demanded Ethiopia to write a letter to the Human Rights Council, that means United Nations Human Rights Council, to allow the neutral investigators to Ethiopia because Ethiopia is keeping denying. So all 47, not 47, 46, except Ethiopia, they say that Ethiopia must ask in written that the neutral investigators should go inside and assess what Ethiopia is saying, because Ethiopia is keeping there is no human rights violation. So we cannot say human rights international community just ignored us. The most important thing is we have to act. Oromos should act. That is the way. We have to push Human Rights Council again. They pushed Ethiopia or just pressed on Ethiopia to say to ask the neutral bodies to go get in. Achi gaaffii ka'eef deebisuu fi Oromoon ari'amaa jira, hiyyoomaa jira, biyyi Itoophiyaa guddachaa jirti, akkamitti biyyi kun guddachuu dandeessi jedhamee himamaan jedhamudha. That's the fact mootummaan Itoophiyaa biyya lafaarraa biyya dafee guddachaa jirudha jedhee dhiyeessaa jira. 11%, 12% hin jiruan akkasii sobadha. Maaliif mootummaan Itoophiyaa biyya sana keessa kan horiin qabameeru organizationoota adda addaa TPLF jala jiranidha. Isa walitti eda'eetu uummataa firee dhiyeessaa jira jechaadha. Sana jechaan Oromootu soorome warra kan soorome jechuu miti. Kanaaf ammayyuu taanaan mootummaan Itoophiyaa hiyyeettii biyya lafasaarraa keessaa Afrikaa keessaa tokkodha. Haasawaniyyuu malee jechaadha. Kanaaf biyyi sun sooromeera jechuu hin dandeenyu. Oromoon akkuma jettanitti lafarraa buqqa'aa jira. Kunis immoo geeddaramuu kan danda'u, jijjiiramuu kan danda'u yoo uummanni kun gocha mootummaa Itoophiyaa fuuldura dhaabbatee dhaabedha jechaadha. That means Itoophiyaan sobuu isaatti tuffaa jira. Kanaaf kun akka hin jirre immoo kan deebii gochuu danda'u uummata lafa sanarra jirudha. Kanaaf akka itti fudhachuu qabna. Oromoo qofaa miti. Saawuzan sila dubbisaa ture Haftaamuuni naannoo Gaambeellaatti uummanni buqqa'ee waan ta'aa jira. Kanaaf hiyyummaan Itoophiyaa keessa babal'atee jira. Kanaaf Itoophiyaan guddattis jechuu hin dandeenyu. Finding nuti qabnus waan nuti dhiyeessinus there is cultural, social, economic and cultural rights jira. Isarratti hundoofnee kan dhiyeessinus human rights counciliif kanadha jechaadha. Kanaaf galatooma.
Ani gaaffii lama ka'an bakkuma tokkotti deebii kennuun barbaada. Gaaffii waa'ee nagaa fi araaraa isa jedhu kana. Araara amma haalli Oromoon keessa jiru humni biyya Itoophiyaa keessatti wal madaala hin jiru. Balance of power hin jiru. Humna olaanaa kan qabu warra kaabaati, warra adda bilisummaa Tigraay. Kun hundumti keenya iyyuu waan beeknudha. Yeroo ammaa kanatti araara gaafachuun akka theorytitti obboleessi kiyya Henook wanti inni propose godhu gaariidha. Haasaa akkasiis qabaachuun baay'ee gaariidha. Garuu waan hojjetu miti. Jabinarraa yoo ta'e malee jabinarraa, humna wal madaaluu dide kana deebistee wal madaalsistee yoo danda'ame yoo caalchiste malee araarri wanta jedhu biyya sana keessatti hojjechuu hin danda'u. Kanaafi nuyi yeroo hundumaa waldaa qorannoo Oromoo keessatti fuulduratti baanee yeroo haasofnu haasaadhumaan haasofnee deemuu otoo hin taane haasaan sun akka hojiitti jijjiiramu yookaan collective action isa jedhan sanatti akka geeddaramu yaada asitti kennina jechuudha. Obboleessi kee achirraa kan gaafate haasoftaniitu maaltu ta'a isa jedhuu fi wanti dursu bilisummaadha. Freedom isa jedhan sana bilisummaatu dursa. Akkuma namaatti kabaja qabaattee teessee nama wajjin haasa'uudhaaf jalqaba bilisummaa qabaachuu qabda. Yoo bilisummaa hin qabaanne namni akka sareetti si ilaala. Galatooma.
Thank you, Professor Makria and panels for that wonderful presentation. We are moving along. Lunch is ready, but I'm going to hold you back a little bit as much as you held me back in the morning. Now we will go to our first keynote speak. Obviously, we have two keynote speakers this year. I invite the president-elect who will be unseating me tomorrow to come and introduce our keynote speaker, Enoch Gabisa.
I'm back again. I am going to introduce Professor John Markakis, who is our keynote speaker. I am honestly humbled and really excited to have the opportunity to introduce Professor John Markakis. Professor John Markakis is a universally respected author and teacher, and he is one of the most authoritative profile and researcher on subjects and issues in Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, and Oromo at the same time. Professor Markakis is the first student to receive a PhD in government and African studies from Columbia University. Markakis has taught at 10 different universities in the United States, Europe, Africa, including Addis Ababa University, where he distinguished himself as a erudite thinker and much loved professor because of his fairness, objective, and popular, challenging, and progressive ideas. He served as a research fellow at 6 universities in Europe, Africa, and Japan. His teaching and fellowship credentials demonstrate his outstanding global reputation in academic world. Professor Markakis has authored several books and reports. Among those, he is a distinguished and versatile scholar who has written extensively on political economy of African states with particular focus on Ethiopia. He has published 3 famous books on Ethiopia and 4 others on the Horn of Africa. He has edited different collections, still focusing on Horn of Africa, and prepared scientific reports on regional issues on the subjects of religious, ethnic conflict, pastoralism, cross-border trade, regional security, arms trade in the Horn of Africa. Especially one of the most fascinating and exciting book relevant to one of our undertakings today is his book entitled Ethiopia, The Last Two Frontiers, that was published in Oxford in 2011. In the book, he systematically analyzed how Ethiopian state has treated the Oromos and other conquered people. He also focused on the frontier areas of Ethiopia located in the lowlands. We strongly believe that Professor Markakis brings a wealth of knowledge, experience, scholarship, research to this enterprise. And we have high expectation that he is going to lay most forwarding speech in his time here. So please join me in welcoming Professor John Markakis.
Many thanks for the welcome. For me, it's a special occasion in two ways, this invitation. One, I think the most important is that it's very seldom that I address an audience which is intellectually aware of the topic, so I don't have to drone on with descriptions, etc. You're all familiar with them, so we can apply a little analysis to the issue at hand. The other is the opportunity to meet very old friends and very dear friends. I will mention Professor Mohammed Hassan, whom I knew as a young researcher. Now he's about to retire as a professor, and I'm still around. And several others whom I won't bother to name now. Being intellectually aware, you are also personally committed. You can tell, and of course we know, you are passionately involved in this and interested. And I know this means that you want to talk about the present, what's happening now in Oromia, all the problems of Oromia, etc. This is natural and inevitable, but I think it also leads you to limit your focus to the Oromo and ignore everything else that is happening in the region of the Horn. The Oromo are not the only ones who are suffering. Everybody is suffering, including those who are in power are suffering because they have to create a situation in which no one is safe. No one has ever had political rights in Africa, in the Horn of Africa. It's not only the Oromo. No one has had human rights. And if things go the way they are going now, they never will. So what I propose to do is, because of your special qualities of knowledge and being passionately interested, I would not go into any description. I'd be sort of telegraphic in my approach. And also, I'll spare you the details and also use an analytical approach, which I hope will make the present sense, that the way we look at ourselves now and the way the Oromo look at themselves now will begin to make sense. Because there is a great many different interpretations about what happened to the Oromo, what was the role of the Oromo in what happened to the Oromo, because the Oromo were very active in what happened in the region. They played a major role. And what most important of all to end with is what is going to happen in the future? Which way should the Oromo and the other peoples in Ethiopia and in the Horn proceed? So I know you are very, you have a heated interest in this present, and I will not avoid talking about the present, but I want to link the present to the past within an analytical framework, which I think will help us make sense of the present. The analytical framework covers the entire Horn. As I said, what is the Oromo situation here is common to many people in the Horn, and the context within this situation develops involves the entire Horn, and also goes back, of course, many years, but I will think of the region and the time. The time frame is beginning with the decolonization period in the middle of the past century. Now, what happens in the Horn during that period? Since the 1950s, and not only Oromia and the Horn and Ethiopia, but bigger, the focus spreads out to the entire Horn of Africa. What is the primary feature of that history? It's conflict. You mentioned the word corn, and the two things jump into mind: famine and conflict. One being, of course, the result of the other. Now, rivers of ink have been spent, and many notions and concepts have covered this concept of conflict. What are the causes of conflict? And there are as many, I believe, as there are conflicts. They can be religion, region, ethnic, tribe, clan, identity, whatever you want to call it. I've been wrestling with this for many years in my mind. And I finally decided to turn the thing upside down. Instead of looking for causes, to look at the consequences. What are the consequences of this past in the Horn that we can see because they are in front of us? What happens at the beginning of the decolonization period in Africa? African nationalist leaders made a decision at the very beginning. We are going to accept the colonial borders, the colonial map. We don't want to start rearranging borders and claiming he belongs here and I belong there, etc. This was a very wise decision. For the short run, it now becoming doubtful whether accepting the Western model of the nation state was the best choice for Africa. But we leave that aside for the moment. Intrastate relationships in Africa have been quite peaceful. Very seldom you find one African state claiming land from its neighbor, or groups within a state saying, we don't belong here, we belong across the border. What happened in the Horn at the same time? All hell broke loose. A conflict of one against all began immediately as the colonial powers were removed from the Horn. What was the struggle about? What was the conflict about? It was to rearrange the boundaries. Nobody accepted the colonial geopolitical framework. The Somalis, the Eritreans, the Ethiopians, the Oromo, the Afar, everyone started fighting to do what? To redraw the map. And that has caused a great deal to the region. It has destroyed the region. The poorest countries in the world are in the Horn of Africa. Millions of people have been killed to build states. So my analytical framework in this is what we call the state building process, the nation state building process, which is a common phenomenon. Throughout the world, throughout history, states have been built. People have fought to create nations. And some of them are successful, most of them have been failures. They take a long time. They are very bloody, they are very violent. This is very common throughout history. And now throughout the world, because most of the world has accepted the fact that the state, the nation state, is the best political organization that you can have. So in the Horn of Africa, we have a very violent struggle. Why? Because there are several state building projects competing with one another. It's a zero-sum game. You gain a little here, somebody else loses it there. So everybody is against everybody else. It started almost a century ago and it's going on today. There's no state in the whole of Africa that is not confronted with national liberation movements which try one thing or another, to join another state, to create their own state, etc. In other words, the process is endless and the conflict continues today, and none of the original conflicts have been resolved. So the Horn holds several records in Africa. It has two successful secession movements. that succeeded in breaking away from a state. It has the first and only so far genuine collapsed state in Somalia. It's had more coup d'etats. It had the longest military governments. And of course, you're all familiar with this, so I won't go on and on. The question is, as I said, why the Horn has had this different experience than the rest of Africa. The only way that can make sense is to look at it as a competitive struggle to build states, which again, as I said, continues today. Now, let's look at this process of nation building, how it has gone on. And I'm referring to Ethiopia as an example. I'm narrowing the focus now from the region to Ethiopia. And within Ethiopia, you have, of course, Oromia. So this involves the Oromo very much at the very center of this process. What do we have in the Horn, in Ethiopia rather, since the beginning of the past century? We have three regimes. I'm going to look at three regimes which are committed to build a nation state. This commitment leads the state to a great many adventures, a great many difficulties. And each regime collapses under the strain of promoting by force the progress in the nation state. One regime collapses, another regime comes, and it tries a different way to rearrange this, to see how it can be more successful, more economical, and with a better prospect of success. That regime also collapses, and another one comes. And of course, in each stage, the Oromos are involved very much, both as actors and as victims. We must not forget. So I look at three regimes to see how this process goes on. We have the imperial regime, we have the military regime, and we have the current regime. Let's call it federal, the federalist regime. Now, each regime has its own ideology and identity in mind. What does that concern? Who is an Ethiopian? What is definition of an Ethiopian? That could be shared not only by the Abyssinians who are at the center and control the process, but by all people of Ethiopia, who of course, most of them don't think of themselves as Abyssinian Ethiopians. So each regime, we start with the imperial regime. We look also not only at the identity and ideology problem, we look at the state structure, because each regime restructures the state from an imperial state to a military state to a federal state. Why are they doing this? Why do they keep changing things? The goal and the defining feature is they want to make control easier and more economical, and hoping that all people within Ethiopia in the progress of time will accept being Ethiopians and settle down and stop making difficulties. Now, we begin with the imperial regime, which is a typical imperial regime. And all nation-state projects begin from a center. And then the center, which has an advantage and power, begins to expand towards a larger and larger area. We call this the periphery. So we have the center that was set up first by Menelik and then modernized, made more efficient by Haile Selassie, and establishes a type of government which is truly imperial. We look at the economic structure, because empires are built to extract resources from the periphery. The center maintains the hegemony and extracts resources from the periphery. What were the resources that Menelik and then Haile Selassie found? There were two. Ethiopia has no minerals, it has no other resources. It was the land and the people, the labor of the people. So the imperial system established a kind of colonization of the periphery. I'm not thinking now of Oromia. Oromia, of course, was the most valuable, but of the entire periphery. They established a system, you know the system, which was to transfer surplus from the periphery, from the land, using the labor of the people themselves. And this is how the system began. People came from the north, they settled in the south, the land was taken away, and people, Oromo peasants and others, had to share the product of the labor, a large part of it, to maintain the north, which was poor in land and poor in labor as well. So we have a type of colonial system, purely colonial system, which transfers resources from the periphery. The losers are, of course, the people in the periphery. The gainers are the center primarily, and not so much the north, because the Abyssinian peasants were as poor as any peasants in Ethiopia and remain so to this day. No colonial system ever existed that it did not recruit support from the local people themselves. Though we have the elite in the center who hold the decision-making power, but the administration of the colonial system is done by the local people. All I have to do is to mention the word Balabat, the Balabat net. Otherwise, Haile Selassie could not hold the empire together, could not rule it. The Balabats were there, they represented the local people, and they were executed administrative power for the Ethiopians, for the center. They were rewarded by themselves taking surpluses from their own people. They took land from their own people, and they took labor from their own people. And many of them, and the most famous ones, were Oromo. Let's not discard that part of history and call it feudals, etc. They were Oromo, and they were people accepted by the Oromo as the natural leaders, but of course, they served the colonials. They served the center, the Abyssinian center. What happened during this period? A certain progress towards integration of the Ethiopian nation state was made. First of all was economic integration, because there was the major interest was how to transfer surplus. So infrastructure was built to a certain extent. Laws were passed for commerce. An administrative, primitive administrative setup was set. So the highland periphery, I'm leaving the lower periphery out, the highland periphery, much of it Oromo, was brought into an economy, a national economy. And this was progress towards integration. Now, the ideology, of course, of the imperial regime was that this is a Christian state, a Christian Abyssinian state, and if anybody doesn't like it, either can leave or assimilate. They were in a lackadaisical, inefficient way, expecting that more and more people in the periphery would assimilate. They were not wrong. A great many did become assimilated. A great many Oromo, more than any other group. Oromo assimilated and became part of the center, became part of the ruling elite. However, assimilating, trying to impose assimilation, trying to take the surplus, trying to exploit labor, etc., under a very authoritarian system, but a very ineffective authoritarian system, because Haile Selassie could make a decision, but by the time you reach the periphery, it had been so watered down that it wasn't actually very effective. So we have a state, a center, which controls the periphery, but in a rather inefficient way. When resistance from the periphery starts, then the problems begin. And we know resistance everywhere, including Oromia, Eritrea, Somali areas, Bale, whatever have you. the state had to militarize, and the Ethiopian state becomes militarized, and so does the society becomes militarized. Both the periphery becomes heavily armed, and the state even more so. This is one consequence. But the pressure from the periphery begins to shake the imperial regime. And it ultimately, the center collapses. What do we mean by the center collapses? It was the Abyssinians who brought down Haile Selassie. It was the army that brought down Haile Selassie. The resistance in the periphery created the pressure which forced the collapse of the center. But you must keep this in mind also for future references. The resistance from the periphery did not bring the regime down. It was a long factor, long-range factor. The immediate factor was that the center divided. The center divided, and the regime collapsed like a pack of cards. A new regime comes in, the military regime, a new identity. They see that the center, the periphery is reacting violently against this assimilation process, the Amharization process. So let's try to cover this up, to change it somewhat, make it more palatable. So we drop the Abyssinia identity, we adopt a class identity. We are a Marxist state. We are between workers and peasants, the exploited, and the feudals. Now the feudals are gone. What are you worrying about? What are you rebelling about? You have no reason to rebel. So this becomes the new identity, a class identity for the Ethiopian nationality. The regime also does other things, trying to ease the tension and the burden of controlling the periphery. What does it do? The biggest step that it took, it was nationalization of land. No longer balabats, no longer naftanias. You are now free. You have your land. And this is very successful. This was one of the most progressive steps that were done on this long road that we have been traversing until now. It broke the link between ethnicity and property, between ethnicity and class. So the peasants, the Oromo peasants, they fought for the regime. They fought for a long time until things began again. The pressure began to become too great on the center. A new structure of a state. They create a new state, completely militarized. What does that mean? That means that the center became now very tightly organized, and its hegemony over the periphery, its power over the periphery became very great. This is again following Menelik's and Haile Selassie's steps to strengthen the center in order to make the control of the periphery effective. So again, of course, what does this result in? Increased accumulated resistance in the periphery. More and more national liberation movements, a storm of conflict envelops Ethiopia and the regime. Again, now you have the Oromo Liberation Front, another liberation front. The Oromo now become actively engaged militarily against the center. The Afar, the Somali, the Anwak, the Benishangul, Eritreans, and Tigrayans. What does that mean? The center is divided again. Amara versus Tigrayan. But not only that, there is a great deal of civilian opposition to the Derg, the APRP, the Maison, all the others. So the center divides. Again, this is very important to keep in mind. And once it divides, the pressure from the outside brings about its collapse. Now, we go into the third regime, the federal regime. Again, now the people who are fighting in this, it happens that they are very clever. They have a very clever relationship. What do we do when we come to power? How can we make it easier, more economic, and more effective to maintain the center hegemony over the periphery and to push forward the integration process? By the way, under the Derg, integration took great steps forward. It wasn't only the land reform that was important. It was the literacy campaign. It was the recruiting of people in the army of all the ethnic groups, sending them here and there, all over the country. The whole turmoil brought about more and more integration. Ethiopians got to know each other, got to work with each other, etc. Again, the Derg could not use the soldiers to administer. So it created a new balabatnet, to call it that way, a new elite, a new auxiliary elite in the periphery, the cadre. They were recruited from the local people, they were given education, they were given authority, and they were rewarded accordingly. So you have a change, not only in the structure of the state, and again, the auxiliary elite, which they help administer the periphery, come from the local people, and they are given power over the local people, and they are rewarded. So we now come to the federal regime. Again, the identity of Ethiopia being, who is the Ethiopian? Ethiopia, we man know. It changes. We're no longer Christians or Abyssinians, etc. You can be whatever you like. As long as you are a citizen of Ethiopia, you can be your own nationality, have your own language, your own dances, your own dress, etc. Have a good time. So again, this is a step forward. It's a great step forward. It has been very successful so far. It has been very successful. People being administered in their own languages, by their own judges, by their own this and that and that. Who administers this new? The state structure again changes. It becomes a federal structure. On paper, it's the most liberal federal state in the world, and obviously it's not going to work. Everybody knows that. So stop bitching about the Constitution and what it says, etc. All these are nonsense. Everybody knows that it cannot be. The center is not going to share power equally with the periphery. What does it do, however? It creates a new auxiliary elite. It creates a new balabat, the opidios. But it gives them administrative power, and from that, they draw a lot of wealth. Go to anywhere in Ethiopia, in the periphery, you see who's built the first hotel, who's built the first restaurant, and who's built business, etc. These are the new rulers, auxiliary rulers of the periphery, the opidios. Again, everybody takes part in this. Everybody takes a share of this cake. Don't complain about Oromo being victimized. There are Oromo who have gained a great deal from this. This analysis begins to illuminate what is happening, the continuity of the Ethiopian nation-building state, how clever it has been, although it has done a lot of damage, it destroyed a lot, but at the same time, it has moved forward with the building of a nation state. And that, of course, brings us to the present. I did not mention earlier that this conflict has changed the map of Africa, the map of the Horn of Africa. It went through two periods. It started with early on, as soon as the colonial structure collapsed. It began with what I call consolidation. Three big states, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia, they swallowed three small ones. They swallowed Eritrea, they swallowed Southern Sudan, and they swallowed Somaliland. So suddenly from 7 states, Djibouti remained independent because it was under, Djibouti did a clever thing. It stayed a colony. They said, we don't want independent now, because either Ethiopia or Somalia will swallow us. So they stayed a colony and survived. So from 7 states, now we have 4. Each of those goes through the same process that I described now. Particularly Sudan is a perfect fit for this sort of analysis. Ethiopia and Somalia. Then, of course, the next stage, beginning in the 60s, is one of reversing this aggrandizement of the 3 big states. I call it the period of fragmentation. It goes on and on and on with tremendous loss, tremendous suffering, demolished the whole region. And what is the end? We go back to the same 7 units that were created a century earlier. Now, what sense does that make? To go through all this and come up with what the colonials already left with. Why? Does that make any sense? I don't know. I really don't know what sense it makes, only in the context of this analysis. Multiple rival nation-building projects, which means that the people of the Horn have swallowed the same pill, the nation state. Everybody wants to have his own nation state. Look at the nation states in the Horn of Africa. They are jokes. There's not a single one that is integrated. There's not a single one that is well governed. There's not a single one that is united. There's not a single one that is at peace with itself and with its neighbors. Oromia is looking forward to joining this club. I think he has to learn from the experience of its neighbors. And that's it is, of course, it's not easy, but it has to be, this beginning towards thinking out of this has to start. And when you think, now speaking of the Oromo situation, now its problems, there are certain things that it has to take into account. I call this drawn from the history. There are certain things that are fixed, that are not changing. These we call structural factors that apply. One of them, particularly for Ethiopia, is overwhelming concern for national security and territorial integrity. Overwhelming. Security is at the top and it trumps all others. Why? Because it is surrounded by people outside looking to take a piece of Ethiopia, and inside people trying to split Ethiopia. Now, in that, anybody would be a bit paranoid, right, in that situation. So when you analyze the actions of the Ethiopian government, sometimes you say, why are they doing this? They are crazy. And many of them seem to be crazy. But you have to keep in mind, security is paramount. And therefore you have areas like Oromia, which are actually governed by the security branch. The state is militarized, highly militarized. And that means it's very difficult now to defeat a state at that level of militarization. If you choose to go to war, it's very difficult to do that. The state, again, a structural factor is the state is authoritarian by definition. You cannot hold a country like Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia, Uganda with democratic rule. That's absurd. It's absurd to talk about democracy and to argue whether Ethiopia is democratic or not. Ethiopia cannot be democratic. Ethiopia will never be democratic unless something changes very fundamentally. So we hear a lot of talk. These are the things that have to be kept in mind. This is what the present is. This is what the problem is, if you consider it a problem. It's also very sad that the center people, what we call the Abyssinians, the assimilated, etc., don't recognize this. They organize opposition movements. What are they asking for? Democracy. If they came to power, they would do exactly the same. They would do exactly the same. Any regime. The other structural factor is, which gives some room for maneuvering, is there's a constant concern that this relationship, center, periphery, be improved, be smoothened, be made easier, be made more economical. So things can be given, administrative power, cultural freedom, a great many things. The only thing that will not be given is a share of power, weakening the center. The center will have to maintain its dominant position. Finally, another structural factor, again, that bears on all these issues is that the external factor. The Horn is an open hunting ground for foreign powers. It's been for a long time because the local people have invited it to come in, give us arms, give us this, give us another thing to fight each other. So the United States, Russia have played a dancing in the area. Well, you change partners, I change partners, but it's always the same thing. The foreign factor is there. And the foreign factor funds the militarized state. And that will remain fixed. That will not change either. I don't know whether Obama is in power or Jesus Christ comes to power. He'll do the same thing. You saw this ridiculous performance of Obama a few days ago, and they can say such things. How can they? I don't know. Anyway, now, therefore, what the Oromo situation now confronts these structural factors, controls this. Oromo now have to decide what to do from now on. They have to decide. And these are very painful decisions. In or out? You're going to stay in Ethiopia or you're going to go out? Make up your minds. And if you decide one or the other, how are you going to do it? Are you going to fight? If you stay in, fight for power or wait? If you go out, are you going to fight Ethiopia? For what? To get a state like South Sudan? I won't even guess what anybody can do in the situation. But what I say is that Oromo must start thinking about it in this context. This is the structure. You have to work within it. So you have to gain a kind of solidarity and unity and decide on a course. I said in my book, if and when the Oromo decide how to proceed, then the future of Ethiopia will be decided. That will be decided. One last comment. We heard today here and always this narrow concentration on the Oromo and their problems. They are not the only ones who are suffering in Ethiopia. There are others who are suffering more. Somali are suffering more. The Anuak are suffering more. Many others are suffering more than the Oromos. And you are, I don't say you, I don't know you personally. The Oromo political discourse ignores them. Instead of trying to build bridges and alliances, no, Oromia umberales. This is the wrong attitude to cultivate, I think, whatever you decide to do. Thank you very much.
Oh. An gaafin qaba. Na obsa. Gaafin an qabu. Gaafuma kulaniin.
Please,
Kulaniin. Na obsi gabrummaa obsine. Gaafii kulaniin. Adeera kiyya. Adeera kiyya. Abiyyuu galataa. Maayee buldingii keessa gaafatteen. Hayyuu keenya kana gaafadhaa jechuu isa. Maqaa Abaamaatiin guyyaa tokko namni waan gaafate. Hanqaan sabbataadha Abaamaa jaaladhuun tana jaaladhaan jeen. Hanqaan leencoo lataa jaaladhuun tana jaaladhaan jeen. Kanaaf jecha please giftii isaa kanneetiin gattaa'ee.
Waliin personally haasa'uu dandeessaa. Okay. So please.
Laal Asfaa Bayyana gaafa Oromo Center keessa University keessatti otoo Abaamaan hin filamin 2008 ni yaadatta Alii Mazurii waan jedhe. Anilleen du'ee jira Rabbi rahmataa godhuufi amata 79 jedhe. Anilleen diimu Oromiyaa isinii bilisoomsee jira. Paasoborri kiyyaa kanaataa dhaqeetiin hin dhufeen. Kunoo bakki isin isaraa duwwaadha. Bakki immoo dhaloota kiikalsan wajjin wal ta'ee Direedaa biyya Abaamaan dura irra jetee beekaa ni bilisoomna.
Check one. Galatomi, please, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to Professor John Makakis. He has managed to analytically approach the narratives and discourse of state building over the course of different successive regimes in the country. And OSA and the Oromo people are, of course, are conscious and purely always reminded about their significant role in the state building of that country. So please join me in again extending our warmest thanks to Professor John Makakis. And by this, we would end our morning session. So it's a lunch program. So you are all free now for lunch.
Not yet, not yet. There are little details about your lunch from local committee. There are some little details that will be announced. Just hold it there 1 minute, please. Please stay there. Please stay.
Galatoomaadha. Beeksisa kanan qabu waa'ee malaa kanaati wanta biraati miti. Asnaaquun nyaata gaggaarii isin qopheessitee jirti. Rice with chicken in jira. Vegetable combo in jira. Meat combo. Teebiliitu jira. Teebilii sadiitu jira. Iddoo barbaadan deemtu jechuudha. Dhugaatiin qarshii tokko tokkodha. Asnaaquu gargaaruun nurra jira. Nyaata gaarii qopheessitee jirti. Tokko kana. Ambiraa immoo galgala kana qophii sagantaa aadaa osaatu jira. Isallee tikeen achitti gurguramaa jira. Please maallaqa baay'eetti ba'e wanta kanarratti kanaaf jechaati tikeeta kanallee bitachuudhaan osaa akka gargaartan isin yaadachiisuun barbaada. Ambiraa sirbitoota lama kan biyya jirantu jiru. Warra miidiyaa Oromoo kana dhageeffachaa warra jirtan kan jiraattan hin beeku. Tokko baay'ee dhukkubsateetu mana hospitaalaa jira. Gargaarsa keenya barbaada jechuudha. Anatti himatee please itti naa himii akkasitti dhukkubsadheeni sireerran jira. Kanaaf jechaati amma dandeessan na gargaara jedha. Maqaan isaallee wallisaa Ibrahim Adam jedhama. Sirba gaarii faffacaane ka jedhu tokko baaseetu gabaarra oolchee ture. Akkasumatti wallisaa Taaddasaa Fixee innillee gargaarsa keessan barbaada. Warri wallistoota kana gargaaruu barbaadan please na qunnamaadha. Galatooma amma gara laaqana keessanitti deemtu. Laaqanni gara kana. Galatooma.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Okay.
Paribunan jadi lokoye midagdo magale si fanjra. Paribunan jadi lokoye midagdo magale si fanjra. Kesuma sifata dagae sagenya rake jalan nama kabra dagae ijasi lalu sanyibo asgai kalbi nama fuda ada sebotetu mandati kenyu basikitu sorti wa maragaro ye wanarga ino tu awitajena Ifti bareeda kee malee hedduu qalbii hate haaluma kee kanaan malee hedduu kan boojite miidhagina keetiin malee atu bonuun ibsu sisibbisaa kootu malee magaalee toojitu deenaan addeen ilkaanii jaalalaa kan sanyii burtukaana kee hidhiinee. Suuta suuta silala yaada keetiin deebula loomi koosumi jaalala miidhu miidhu kaati gara. Aribunan jadi lokoye midagdo magale sifanjura. Ada duduk sini hati sikitnya ada kinya. Aribunan jadi lokoye midagdo magale sifanjura. Ada duduk sini hati sikitnya ada kinya. Kesuma simata dagawe takenya rake beredu mesgai jalan nama kabra dagawe ijasi lalu sanyiko mesgai kalbi nama fuda dan sebojeto kondati penyu asinggetu sore jiwa marah Bichu warrababu male gari morailu wana panike sake male loko morbalu wadu kadai sita male kana kagenjuru wajurenya na fati male sinana tapu elana denil kani jalana kisangini burtukana ke hidene suta suta silala yaada keetiin deebula loomi koosumi jaalala miidhu miidhu kaati gara miidhu miidhu kaati gara loomi koosumi jaalala yaada keetiin deebula suuta suuta silala goobanaan goobanini burtukaana keedini Edana Pedicani. Karawallonde malube ko barbacha halaptizyo bari Nava barino levlukuni yadifte magala Namayani kule kalbinsa godane sosobu malbini Malanga chisare subila batanga ujira pimbeku lubeku argate namilka Lubeko, 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 golo lisandemo, laptes nambarini, simku funadano, waipine santane, kara walogeto, chambaka tamora, yenna siyadado, taenya ragora, come on, come here. Adif na pimpektu, asi jala chuko, dukana roba tingkukun anamunko, dukana roba tingkukun anamunko, marmare marmare, dementa pajada, marro kedaga hembo he la pajada, marro shidaga hembo he la pajada. Malaton sibima, urmita kulama, sheda kondema, argechan nabema, manara bagate, akakora gala, sila sarga jora, abda chutala. Jedeni jabesa kawasi ops garako dadabe lubeko anara bagate akakora gar sila sarga chura abda chutala lube ka mata shorobe lube sidabe lube ka mata shorobe lube sidabe lube ka mata shorobe lube sidabe Lubeko, 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 golo lisandemo, laptes nambarini, simku funadano, waipine santane, kara walogeto, chambaka tamora, yenna siyadado, taenya ragora, come on, come on. Rifensi kedera, tige dugdaga go, sinar kadala ta kangara nanahu, sinar kadamola kangara nanahu, marmare marmare, waina pansaparo. Jala la lubeti kanana dararu, jala la lubeti kanana dararu. Malaton sibima, urmita kulama, shida bundema, argina nabima, manara bagate, akakora gana, sila sarga jora, abdachu jala. Wakame kabodan lubeko argate obsumbu agaba abuman lubat narasi kutuda bama kosibim ergayo mitae olotu biro
waggaa hedduu turtus osoo naaf dhiphattu jaalalchi dhugaadha rarraatee hin haftu naaf kootu qeerroo koo lubbuun haa gammadu.
Dube ka kotu olbana, dube darra olbana, dube ka kotu albana dube darra albana 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 dube darra Asuma fiduwa shida durre wallo walarkan nurite ya jalalu sharga chuni fida ya dakiya yani kebe dube ni fiya asena makumocha yetu na moborana harkan kena puricha zanzame ya kona haribuna jadida haribuna jadida ninu wasiranafu ransi jalate Jesus narafu kuje kutarafu wasiranafu ransi jalate Jesus narafu ransi jalate Jesus narafu kuje kutarafu wasiranafu ransi jalate Jesus narafu Lalgaloto, bullaalleen kan tufaa lalgaloto, gaara bichuu turii lalgaloto. Lalgaloto, sila akka jaalalaa lalgaloto, walirraan fagaannu lalgaloto. lalgaloto jalanno fageesse lalgaloto kunnalleen kan tufaa lalgaloto bara bichuu turii lalgaloto kanaan finfinnee maase lalgaloto silakka jaalalaa lalgaloto walirraan fagaannu lalgaloto jalanno fageesse diiganii gaara sanaa gara diigamuu malee nu baasan addaan baanee nu addaan ba'uu malee sooretti haadha sooree irbaanii rabuusa qabaay seeqanii sesseeqanii kan gargaar nu baatan jaraayin. Ogalaetiya qotiyoon abbaan didaa yaadidaa harkoota keessa ogalaetiya warra baraan dadhabee morma kee jalattanneessa ogalaetiya sululta looniin tiksu darabaatti galchiidha ogalaetiya yooman dhufeessi akka ansirraafatoon jiran maalan jira maala jira maalan jira yaga maalan maalan jira caccabsee na nyaatee jira anin jiru anin jiru yaga anin jiru kutee na nyaatee jira kotee kotee nami ciisanii darbatee yaga kotee kotee nami ciisanii darbatee hafeen buluu namni mormaan abdatee yaga maalan jira caccabsee na nyaatee jira. Lalgaloto kunnalleen kan tufaa lalgaloto gaara bichuu turii lalgaloto galaan finfinnee maase lalgaloto silakka jaalalaa lalgaloto walirraan fagaannu lalgaloto jalanno fageesse lalgaloto kunnalleen kan tufaa lalgaloto gaara bichuu turii lalgaloto galaan finfinnee maase lalgaloto silakka jaalalaa lalgaloto walirraan fagaannu lalgaloto jalanno fageesse diiganii gaara sanaa gara diigamuu malee nu baasan addaan baanee nu addaan ba'uu malee sooretti haadha sooree irbaanii rabuusa qabaay seeqanii sesseeqanii kan gargaar nu baatan jaraayin. Ogalaetiya farda siidaa kakanii siidaa dabalee suuri ogalaetiya erga nu daangeessanii barree ture buutule ogalaetiya waddeessi jiraa gubee amborraa calaqqiisi ogalaetiya narraa fagaatte jedhee siyaadun kiyya yoo mafe maala nafee maala nafee maala nafee akka gaane maala nafee caccabsee na nyaatee lafee anin jiru anin jiru akka gaane anin jiru kutee na nyaatee cuwaa jetti simbirroon halkanii akka gaane cuwaa jetti simbirroon halkanii nama garaan dhaane namuun halkanii akka gaane maalan jira caccabsee na nyaatee jira maalan jira maalan jira akka gaane maalan jira caccabsee na nyaatee jira anin jiru anin jiru akka gaane anin jiru kutee na nyaatee jira kotee kotee nami ciisanii darbatee akka gaane kotee kotee nami ciisanii darbatee hafeen buluu namni mormaan abdatee akka gaane maalan jira caccabsee na nyaatee. Kanigabe, yamuniti aduta kadabe, baretu fudu kota mangabe. Yamuniti aduta kadabe, baretu fudu kota mangabe. Namarashi foto, ya de gachise, gapina kantenye, sakal kakachise, asheta baretu, urandar banjetu, yamu akalande, malapa kogodu, yani shika jetu, ida bitegale, ida fude na kuoma na boa made. Nana nama basa.
Hello? Please, Olgala, please come in. We have to start. We are still running late. I don't want to keep you here all night. The longer you stay outside, the longer you are going to stay inside tonight. Please, Kota, Olgalcha, Ori, Nesutota, Olgalcha, Nama. Please come in. We are about to start the conference, please. Long time, come here. Please come in, please. Hello, we are going to start the conference. I think some people are still out, but since in the interest of keeping time, we will proceed with the next session. The next session will be moderated by Dr. Getaum Banti, and I invite him to the podium to invite and introduce his panelists. Dr. Getaum, please. Thank you. Can I have the following presenters here, please? Professor Bijaka, Dr. Badasa, Rasa Tadese, Dr. Gulma Gamada, Dr. Gulma, okay, as you Fi Obbo Taye Nedi, Obbo Taye, okay, warummaa as jirtan itti seenaa isaan hin dhaqqabatani.
All right, we have to start. All the presenters are here. I'm not going to introduce them one by one, but I'm sure they are all familiar faces. We know them, Professor Bichaka Faisa, Professor Badasa Katesi, Professor Kumar Gamada, Sayanani are there, and I'm the fifth person, and I'm also the moderator of this panel. I'm listed first, but I will go last, just in the interest of really being kind to my colleagues. I will go last. So, without further ado, I ask Professor Gulumma, no, Professor Bichaka, to start his presentation.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Atam Jirtu. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In November 2014, we prepared a short empirical paper for the African Studies Association with the title printed in the program, Transnational Land Transactions in Developing Countries, Lessons for the Horn of Africa. In this paper, we provide, in that paper, we provided an empirical model which attempted to identify the profiles of countries where the frenzy of land transactions, or to use the catchy phrase, land grabbing, are occurring. In short, we found that the size and availability of land for various reasons, fossil fuel, diamond, coffee, agricultural products, and floral farms and so forth, and poor governance, and in general, weak institutions are the main factors where land transactions, land grabbing is generally occurring around the world. In this presentation, we attempt to highlight the grave and alarming issues of land grabbing in Ethiopia and Oromia, using unique data we assembled from various different sources and some anecdotal evidence focusing on Ethiopia and Oromia in particular. Whereas our previous paper was general, this one we are specifically talking about the situation of land grabbing in Ethiopia and Oromia. My share of the presentation is simply to provide few basic facts or information as a backdrop to what my colleague is going to present in terms of specific aspects of land grabbing or the land grabbing issues. Let me at the outset state that our effort here is not to provide a ready-made answer to the problem of land grabbing or transactions, but to help us think through what the people can do and what we as academicians can suggest in order to deal with the problem. With that, I'm going to go over the basic facts just to remind, to paint a background for our main presentation. As we say here, the economies of most developing countries are dependent on agriculture. In the case of Ethiopia, about 80% of the people live on land or, well, make their livelihood. It depends on agriculture. And for the country, 84% of the export is agricultural, in the agricultural sector. Okay, it's moving fast, but in any case, these are, all right. Yeah, also secondly, a significant or larger proportion of the population live in the rural area, about 83%. Okay, sure. Okay, just sorry, he's going to make up my time. Anyway, just some basic facts, like in terms of where the majority of the people live, the poverty rate is about 30%. You can imagine when there are that many percent poor, and then the population as of 2015 about 96 million. And the main point is that developing countries have high rural to urban migration due to push factors, poverty when there is population is growing and the land is getting scarce and people cannot live on the scarce resources. They will be pushed out. And on the other hand, we know that the urban areas have
the available jobs, and so there is a pull factor, and 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 then in addition, we know that the transaction of markets in developing countries generally do not function properly, meaning that access to capital largely is limited to the established and the well-connected small businesses. And there is definitely a problem of the system generally seems to fail the poor. And therefore, all these factors cause people to seek for opportunities somewhere else. And in addition, the institutions are weak, often absent or abysmally unfunctional, dysfunctional, I should say. And then, let's see. And so, under this environment, where the institutions are not working, even though the country may boast about 10% growth, this growth does not translate into economic development, which implies that people have access to services like education, like health services, and the like. And what a well-known Nobel Prize winner says that under in a well-functioning economy, people have the ability to improve their human capabilities. Now, why care about land? Why do we have to care about that? We can give a general reason that it maintains value over a longer period of time. It offers more security than any other asset that we know of. And also it is a symbol of power and entitlement and privilege, as you all know, as as all of us know. So one thing we want to mention at this point is that the amount of land that you have and can determine the state of income distribution income inequality, I should say. So in the case of Ethiopia, which is not known for democracy, human rights protection, or good governance, then the question of land transaction becomes an important issue. And in the paper that we wrote in 2014, what I mentioned at the outset is that we find that the main factors that that we were able to identify empirically, some of which are intuition, according to intuition. If you have more land, definitely people will be looking where there is land, and transaction would occur in those places. But in addition, what we show is that the lack of well-functioning institution is the major cause of the frenzy land transaction that is going on. At this stage, I'm going to transfer the heavy load of this presentation to my colleague, Dr. Batasan.
Yes, right. Okay. I'm taller, so. Professor Faisa presented the background for the work we do here. One of the things that he did was, why do we care about land and the land-related transaction in Ethiopia, and particularly Oromia? The reasoning behind was that Ethiopia, as you all know, is not a country that is well respected for human rights, democracy, or better institutions. I could go ahead and give you several examples or exhibits, but I just want to bring to your attention without going into details. Suggestion is, if you have time, go read the Amnesty International report that was published last year that say with the title "Because I Am Oromo" and what it exactly means. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through that. Just this is to show you that Ethiopia is not a country known for democracy or institutions, human rights. And so another example is, again, what happened about a year ago when Oromo students in various parts of the country were, protested against what is called the master plan. I would like to ask the audience here, I believe you have participated in one or more of the demonstrations against the expansion or the master plan, right? Or at least you have heard somebody who have had troubles because of that. And if I may ask you, why did you do that? I know the answer would be similar, simply all this expansion is going to affect the livelihood of a lot of Oromos. And so now, let's go a little farther. What we are doing here, the information we wanted to share with you is that if we all went out demonstrating against the plan or master plan expanding Kinfinne, what we are going to show you actually would keep our pants on fire. A lot more has actually happened, whether you know it or not. And we are going to show you just a little bit of that. One thing, though, that I want everybody to know is the data that I'm going to show you is not a complete data. It is only a verified portion of what is actually available. And a significant part of it is reported by the Ethiopian government. And so, to say it in a different word, what we have here represents only 1/3 of the total transactions that took place. Again, it's a little bit murky there. So there is land transaction going on in Ethiopia dating back to 2003 with the report that we have. And here is the data on total area of land that has been sold to different investors under quotation from different countries. I'm sorry for the size of the fonts there, just trying to put in everything. And you could see the long two lines there. One is India, the other one is Saudi Arabia, and this is total land transaction in Ethiopia. And remember, this represents just 1/3 of the actual, because this is a verified portion. And if you want to give a meaning to this number, this is what Oxfam reported. Over 37 million hectares of land, not in Ethiopia, but all over the world, it has been sold since 2000. So land transaction is not specific or unique to Ethiopia. It's taking place everywhere, in every country. Here are the list, and on the right side, again, I'm sorry for the incompatibility of the slide, you would see the list of countries where this transaction is taking place. And about 60% of the crops grown on these lands that were areas that were sold in different countries actually were used for producing exportable products. And 2/3 of these agricultural land deals actually took place in countries that suffer from serious hunger. And so nothing special when it comes to Ethiopia. Very specifically, though, between 2003 and 2008, just over 5 years period of time, the area of land leased to foreign investors, again, under quotation when I say investors, is the size of France, okay? And of these, about 600,000 has been leased or sold to 10 large companies about 50% of them 10 large companies, and half of this is sold to just one company from India. In the interest of time, I won't be going through a lot of things, but I have the experience about who the investors are in India and what they look like. But just in a few words, these are not your 500 Fortune companies. Okay, these are farmers. Okay, and just they got the chance, they came to Ethiopia and they are purchasing the land. 99 years lease. And this has led to demonstrations in different parts of the country, including Oromia, and intimidation, repression, a lot of things. Again, this is not my word. Let me, okay, thank you. Okay, a few things here in the minutes that I have. Who are these customers? List of companies there. And I'm not making this one up. I got it from a verified source. One of the customers is a prime minister. I don't know which prime minister, the current or the older, probably the former one. And then down the slide again, you don't see it. The list of customers who are buying or leasing land in Ethiopia include not only the Prime Minister's office, but also investors that are just numbered, not named, number 163 and number 164. Okay, so they sell land, lease land to investors, including the Prime Minister's office and those who have no names. Okay, this is how it is being sold. And one of these significant customer is an Indian named Sir Ramakrishna Karuturi, a South Indian investor. I happen to have studied close to where he is from, and so I know a lot about the company and the individual background. If you can, for 1 minute, can you please click on that? No, the first one. I just, yeah, click.
Driving west through Karaturi Farm, a new Indian venture, where large areas of forest are already being cleared to grow palm oil, rice and sugar. Are you getting that? Hello. Hello. It will be one of the largest farms in Africa, but most of the food will be exported.
The third minute, please.
Populations are growing, so this has to be good for the world. But what about Ethiopia's poor?
No.
Many of the villagers we met were too scared to talk to us about what was happening. But one man was willing to speak.
Okay, there.
Facing local villagers. On the way back to Gambela town, we passed a group of shacks along the side of the road, near where other foreign companies are moving in. This is
Let's
Kami
stop.
village,
Let's move on.
which we think is full of displaced people. But
What I wanted to show you was what this customer says about the people and the areas that he purchased. He's bragging about actually buying 300 hectares of land, which is about 56 miles if you're driving from one end to the other. And this is, of course, in Gambela, but he also has a significant areas of land purchased in Oromia. And let's, on the next slide, just 2 slides away. When people question why they are selling so much, this is what the late Prime Minister said. You could read, and in fact, I do have his audio as well, but in the interest of time, I probably won't go. The way they're saying is, the way they say it back home is, "Ekrasa dubbata." So I wanted to show, but in the interest of time, again, he brags that we do have laws, we have taken care of regulations, and therefore we're not just, we cannot call it a land grab. It is actual investment. In a minute, I will show you that what a displaced Gambelan or a displaced Oromo says about the land transaction in Ethiopia. Just a line here. You cannot speak freely about the land issue in Oromia or elsewhere, just because of that, you could be killed. This is what an individual says, and no surprise there. And I'll move on here and get to the conclusion section. I am an economist by training. I'm not, including my co-author, we are not against any kind of investment, foreign investment or domestic investment, or land transaction for that matter, or markets in general. But we are talking about this because the exchange of such an important resource is taking place in Ethiopia and Oromia in the absence of rules and regulations that guard against the tilting of the balance. And so foreign investment, when it comes to Oromia, is another name or a nickname for land sales. So when they say that we are attracting investors, all you have to keep in your mind is that, yes, they are selling land. Okay, that is, and we're talking about it, not because we are against the market, but because we want to bring attention to the public. It is possible that we can influence legislation here in the United States because of the effort, public effort. This is what happened over the last 2 years. There is a language that has been inserted in the US legislation that states that development aid extended to Ethiopia cannot be used for other directly or indirectly evicting people. So if you protested against the master plan in Finfinne, knowing what has happened here, you should take extra step to influence the legislation process here. And I guess I will stop here. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Professor Benti. My presentation, the title of my presentation is Developmental States, Economic Growth and Democracy in Ethiopia. I'm using these 3 phrases, terms, to try to understand what is going on in Ethiopia at this moment in the name of economic development. Developmental states as frame of analysis in the scholarly discourse is relatively new.
But the practice associated with this is quite old. But the way it's used right now has started sometimes in the, at least in the, came up in the scholarly literature in the 1980s and 1990s. And initially, in fact, those who dealt with it did not even give it this name, the current name that it has. So I use that to discuss some of the recent developments in Ethiopia related to economic growth, and also another related issue is the question of democracy, also discussed in the morning in connection with human rights, and also economic growth actually in connection with land issue, just the presenters preceding me. Okay. Next, please. Oh, I can use this one, I guess. Okay, first just what I'm planning to do, so that you have an idea what I'm going to do. This paper examines the nature of Ethiopia's developmental states, its current economic growth, and the prospect of the current, the sustainability of the current economic success. The paper, in short, defines developmental states and discuss its main features, explores why and when the concept of developmental state was appropriated by Ethiopia's leaders and how it's currently implemented. And it also investigates the contradictions between current economic growth and the persistence of poverty still that we see. And finally, critically assess the contributions of a developmental state policy to economic growth, if there is one, particularly in the absence of good governance and democracy. Finally, I'll question whether that sustainability that's talked about a lot is achievable, or maybe would be around in the coming years. So that's my overall plan. First, I will go into the definition of a developmental state. What do we mean by it, or by developmental states? If you look at the literature, there are several definitions of it, and some are in fact quite broad, to the extent that almost all states could be considered or could have been considered in the past as a developmental state. But the main features of a developmental state is a state which is activist and interventionist in the economy, controls the economic resources, and guides the pace of the economic growth. It has also complex institutions with bureaucratic agents who collaborate with the private sector to spur national economic transformation. So it's an activist interventionist state controlling the economy and politics. To some extent, actually, this type of state resembles more the socialist states, where the economy and the politics and all activities are controlled by the state, or sometimes also called the command economy. But it has also some features of the liberal democracy in terms of market and others. So it's kind of a mixture. And in fact, years ago, we used to talk of the mixed economy, or states following the mixed economy type, maybe some aspect of that, but not articulated in the way that we have right now. That this type of state could be autonomous, unconstrained by strong opposition parties or strong civil society. But others also argue that a developmental state is not autonomous. In fact, it emerges in a situation when there is a systemic vulnerability, which means that the state is actually threatened by stronger opposition, and in order to get some legitimacy, focuses on economic development, and therefore the sense of threat from a stronger civil society forces this state to show some results through economic development and get legitimacy. But the key issue, anyhow, when we talk of developmental states, actually, Eli, when we talk of a developmental state, actually, Eli, very often that come to our mind are the East Asian states, which had achieved remarkable economic progress in the 1970s and 80s. I'm talking about Korea, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Japan, and others, particularly these four, actually, once called the Asian tigers. But I think we have to look at the historical context in which these states emerged and achieved remarkable economic progress. The question is, what made them succeed? Maybe just taking a couple of minutes, what made them succeed, and there is a number of explanations for that. These Southeast Asian states in the 70s and 80s actually developed in the context of the Cold War politics, where many of them, in fact, were protected, were assisted, including, in fact, military by Western democracies and Western powers like the United States, because they were very strategic in containing the expansion of communism at the time. So whenever actually they diverted from democracy or didn't follow the exact Western liberal democracy, democratic orthodoxy, they were to some extent tolerated as they focused on the economic growth. So one key point about the feature of the developmental state is that it's not democratic. It's authoritarian, actually. But the Western democracies at the time tolerated these states, while actually they focused in fighting the expansion of socialism or communism. So that context is very important. The international context is very important. Some argue that. So given this situation, then there are other factors too. Given this situation, then could this model be duplicated elsewhere? Or like, for example, most of the African states in the post-colonial period, in the early decades of post-colonialism, could be considered actually developmental in some ways. But unlike the South Asian nations, states, the African states, or their sense of developmentalism was not appreciated by the West or by any. In fact, they were caught up in the politics of the Cold War at the time. Oh God. Okay. So that's the problem. So could it be duplicated elsewhere? In fact, there is a big question mark. In Africa, did developmental states exist before now? In fact, if you talk of Ethiopia, yes, there were some, and I'll mention those later, but not quite successful. Many of them actually failed and still failing. These are actually the four East Asian states. One element, in fact, I would like to discuss, I'm discussing in this paper, is the question of ethnicity, and most scholars actually didn't pay much attention or deliberately ignore, I guess, but there is actually some kind of correlation from what I see. All this showed some remarkable success, had actually some kind of homogeneity in terms of their ethnic composition, as you can look at here. In Africa, there were two examples of successful developmental states, Botswana and Mauritius, and they also do have actually a larger percentage of one dominant ethnic group. The rest actually were very diverse, like Ethiopia did not have a good chance of success. So is there any kind of connection with ethnic homogeneity and success of a developmental state? And if so, what's the chance of Ethiopia in achieving ultimate success in this regard. Okay, Ethiopia. Is Ethiopia a developmental state? When did the EPRDF leaders turn to this concept? How is it implemented now? And what are the contributions of developmental states? In fact, there is a data in the paper. I discuss more about the data, about the economic growth attributed to the developmental state policy. I question most of the data here and the effects of it, and the winners and the losers, particularly regarding land. The previous presenters have actually presented a clear case of the losers and also the winners in this case. As I've said, developmental state is authoritarian. So if Ethiopian claims to be a developmental state and Ethiopia is authoritarian and non-democratic, so there is no wonder about it, no surprise, because that's the nature of a developmental state. Could a developmental state be democratic? Well, the most successful ones have actually achieved some element of, in fact, to some extent, the greater or competitive politics in the process. But in most cases, not. But there is a deficiency of democracy in all developmental states. But what came up in the 1990s is some states actually trying to address that, came up with the concept of democratic developmental state, which is kind of a contradiction in the term itself. So most of them, actually, the unsuccessful ones are predatory states. I'll stop. Okay. So there are a number of problems in the Ethiopian case, and if I just maybe quickly share some of my tentative conclusions. In fact, there are questions which I couldn't answer, and unanswered questions, and these have to be answered for Ethiopia to claim a successful developmental state. There is a financing problem right now. Particularly for the business sector, the private sector. And in fact, even the World Bank and others very friendly are telling the Ethiopian government that you have to really address this issue. It's very serious. You cannot starve the business sector, the private sector of financing and still in fact do all the developmental. But they consider them, actually the government considers them rent seekers, bad rent seekers, therefore they are not. I'm sorry. Again, there are several other issues which I could have actually really liked to share with you, but I don't have time. But again, I bring up this unexplored factor, the developmental state or in a multi-ethnic society like Ethiopia. Is it possible? So far, in fact, there is no, as far as I know, or the literature I looked at, a successful developmental state in a very complex and politically very difficult environment like Ethiopia. And there are a lot of questions about the economic success of Ethiopia. I have tried to explain very well, I hope very well I did in the paper. Unfortunately, I couldn't share all of it with you. But those of you interested in reading the actual paper, please just leave your emails with me and I can send you a copy of it. And probably also in the coming months, probably it might appear at least on the internet, if not in a very serious publication. Also, I am planning to do that too. Thank you.
Ashama Akamolton. The subject of my speech is the territorial land surrounding Virfinne and the evil master plan. I'm going to speak from the prospect of I'm going to speak from the prospect of innocent, poor farmers. I'm not going to talk about millionaires. You have heard already some land grabbing, land sale, land development. I'm not against land development. Let me first thank OSA for the opportunity for giving us a platform for the land, particularly the land around Addis Ababa. And I also like to thank or special thanks to my friend Oda. I don't know where he is. He's supposed to be here. This person has a telegraphic mind. He knows wide history of Oromia and more about Oromo in Finfinne and their original Balabats there, how they have been eliminated by Minilik. By the way, how many of you remember Sululta, Chancho, Mulo? And then we go to the northeast. Thank you. And then there is Sandafa, Alaltu, Lagat Afo. Maybe you can go up to Sandafa. And then I'm sure you know the southern part, Akaki, Dukum, Bishoftu, Mojo. Coming back to Addis, then we have Lafto and Furi. Traveling to Jimma Road, there is Sabbata and Alamgana. And then to the south, there is Ambo Road, or west, I mean, Ambo Road. There is Gafarsa, Burayu, Olota, Alamgana. I forget what is name or original name for Alamgana. Maybe somebody can correct me. Ejere, yeah. Ulfata. I apologize. I tried to get map for this area. Really, I tried. With few people from Addis. I didn't succeed. Most likely, this has some secret into it. Anyway, you can do without it. By the way, I'm going. The new master plan exceeds a territory of or 50 to 70 kilometers radius from Addis Ababa. And it comprises more than 20 towns and 16 waradas. I was born in Gubichu, near Chancho, and I also lived in Holota and completed my high school in Bishoftu. I know this area very well, and I speak from sadness as well as from anger. It is a burning issue for me. I have seen so many of my relatives, acquaintances who have been kicked from their ancestral land with a small or very or nothing at all. They just have been kicked away. I'm going to use Shaggar and Finfinne intermittently. By the way, you know what is Finfinne means is an Amharic word. Our Shaggar means an Amharic word for Chigara. In earliest days, people travel, make long journey, and they don't have, when they reach somewhere, they just go to the person house and ask them Nabulcha. When they come to Addis Ababa, they have a problem. They have to pay for water, they have to pay for albergo, they have to pay for food. So that's why they called it Shaggar or Chigaram. The master plan has two phases, Plan A and Plan B. Plan A I have already mentioned. Plan B is beyond these places. Sandafa, Sheno up to Dabra Berhan, or if you go to south from Mojo to Adama, And then to the west, maybe you go to the west up to Ambo. It can even go after, maybe who knows, after a decade. I'm going to read quickly through because of the time. After Minilik conquered Oromia, he moved his residence from Ankober Hilltop to Garat Ita or Intoto, and then down to Gara Sibilu. Some say Tullu Dimtu. That is where present Minilik Palace is situated. Minilik introduced three types of feudal lands or three types of institution. Sisola Mangist to the government, one third. Sisola Beta Kenneth, one third to the church, which was one of the symbol of exploitation and suppression. Sisola Gabbar, that is the feudal tenant. There is also three governorship and the taxation system of land, depending on the way they have submission to Minilik. Yerist Hagar, full ownership of land, mainly northern Amhara region and Tigray. Yegabbar Hagar, land where Oromo rulers make no resistance, but peaceful surrender to Minilik. Yebare Hagar, land of slavery, the land taken by force and carry maximum punishment and taxation. The Shah Oromo region surrounding Shaggar, Finfinne was under siege for more than 120 years. The real Naftanya had started in Shah. When Haile Selassie was overthrown and Comrade Mengistu took power, the expectancy and the aspiration of the most citizens were very sky high. But things began to reverse to the dark age of the king spirit. Derg regime used false development villagization program to reverse the Land Act. Villagization was vicious plan and mainly targeted Oromia. Tens of millions of rural inhabitants forcefully evicted from their homes together with their cattle and resettled into concentration camp, so-called village. I have presented villagization, I think 2009 with OSA conference. Every time new Ethiopian rulers come to power, the first thing he wants is to control Oromo land. Atentachinin kaskisen, damachinin afisen, yak annano nagar, which is a popular of saying. Since EPDRF took the helm of power, hundreds of thousands of Oromo farmers surrounding Finfinne were evicted by force from their ancestral land only by symbolic or low payment. Every year, thousands of Oromo farmers are evicted and they have to leave their ancestral land. Land is given to victorious TPL fighters as Minilik did to Naftanya. Land is leased to distributed or ruling class groups, high-ranking army officers, party supporters, business oligarchy. Okay, let me just go. Why territorial expansion? What exactly is the ruling class of Ethiopia from the Finfinne expansion? There is a 5-pronged plan. Plan 1. Although the primary goal of the master plan is land, the annexation and separation from the rest of Shah Oromo region have something to do beyond the land. Language. One of the elements of defining the existence of a nation is by its language. Due to forced assimilation, racial intimidation, Afan Oromo is dying in big cities. Just escape some of the things. 99% of original Oromo name was baptized, Christianized, and given Amhara name. I'm talking of Finfinne. You can read it from Obbo Oda. He's not in anyway. More Italian names are in Ethiopia than Oromo names. The Oromo names remaining are only Gulalle, Kolfe, Bole, and maybe Eka. But there are more Italian names, Mercato, Piazza, Kazanchis, Popolare, and so on. Cultural heritage. When people are that's number 3, when people are evicted from by force from their ancestral land, they are deprived of their memories, way of life, and cultural heritage, the Adbar. Economy, number 4. Perhaps the broadest and the deepest goal for separation and annexation of this region from the rest of Shah Oromia zone is, or Finfinne is for the greater economy. The territory surrounding Shaggar or Finfinne have 3 cement factories, 2 hydroelectric powers, several tanneries, food processing plant, large-scale military complex, industries, chemical plant. 80% of the flour growing for export is in this area. The new government project, okay, I skipped some. So they don't want these taxes to go to Oromia. Instead, it goes to Finfinne or to federal government. There is also visual political presentation. What happened to those? Oh, maybe I don't have time. I just wanted to say, escape a large part of it. The large number of people who have been displaced, they are working on stone quarry, daily working as a construction workers. Men become guards on their villas, built on their villas. Women become housemaids. Many young girls do prostitution and become bar girls. There is also other means of minimizing or making a small Oromo scalar, other strategy, carving out of certain region from Oromia and giving annexing to the neighboring areas or states. Raya Azabo, separated from Oromia, divided between Tigray and Wallo. Asosa, no more with Oromia. Wando Gannat, still between Sidamu, Asosa, Awasa, and Oromia administration. Dredoa, given autonomy and administered with Somali. Moyale, joint administration with Somali. City of Harar, 11 Gabare Mahabar, they are between Oromo and Adare. Salale, just recently, 2 months ago, 8 of the counties or Kabales are separated from Salale and are going to join Bahar Dar simply because they speak Amharic. Oh, I just want to mention those people who have been killed by Menelik or make war with Menelik and have been imprisoned or killed. Here are the names of original traditional rulers refused or resisted Menelik. Ababe Tufa, Yeka ruler, poisoned. Tarawalume, Lafto, killed by lashing. Shume Manna, Kabanna, blinded and butchered. Burara Leta, Central Finfinne, buried alive. Ajela Dogyo, Gulalle, burned alive with his wife. Amante Jalata, killed by starvation. I have 1 minute. I just say the land word. I have a summary of it. I just want, in fact, to say 1 minute silence for those humble students who have been killed, jailed, or disappeared, as well as those heroic Oromos who have resisted and been killed by Menelik. Yes, I'm at the last point. Today's, Menelik land serf system is gone. Haile Selassie feudal system is dead. Mengistu fled the country to Harare with his vicious villagization program. Malle's land leasing and land robbing was growing rapidly. I just want to say there is a big sign hung over Oromia. Sale sign hung over Oromia. Thank you so very much.
interest of time, I'm not going to look at my paper. Just give a brief summary of what my findings. Anyone who has been to Yubdo, who knows Yubdo? Yes. Let me begin with this. Look, Yubdo is a peninsula located on dry land. It's just like this table. There's a huge cliff at the Baro Valley. On this side it is Alpe Valley, and then it's just a small piece of land. Oh, sorry, a small piece of land that the town I'm talking about is located. It's not a big town. Yubdo chita birdimme biya minanin jirre. Ira warke domo ta nitim mana domo ka toba sa chitingeru yetas marimachi. Because that's, in fact, I'm not going to dissect every concept of the couplet, but what I want to say is that the soil is very red because it was dug over years, over years, and over years. It was a tiny town. Maybe you may ask me why am I writing about that? Why I'm writing about that? Because it was placed on the world mineralogical map in the early 1920s. As Professor Markakis earlier mentioned, after the empire was created and fully established, it started to exploit the resources of the conquered people, and one of those resources were minerals. Then it started to grant concessions from time to time, beginning in 1899 to Alfred Ilg, then Belashangul area in 1900, 1903, and in 1905, the Baro Valley, it was granted to Alberto Raso, an Italian concession hunter. In 1919, another concession was given to the same person in the Berber Valley, where Yubdo is located. And that was exactly the development that was to affect Yubdo's growth, eventually led to its emergence as a town. And then in 1924, Rastafari granted another concession for Black Hat Eresa Amante and Hakim Workene Martins for the Eresa Workene concession. By the way, if you have read Kumsa Boro's diary, he has information on this, where his wife was born and grew up, and then really his diary has more historical evidence about the region and so on. So of those concessions then, it was Alberto Prasos and Workene Martins from Eresa Workene's concessions that really affected the growth of Yubdo. Otherwise, Yubdo was really a very simple village. No one really wants to build a house on a cliff. It's on a cliff. So what happened was Praso. If you ask me how they discovered it, I have information. I'm not going into the details. He was the one who dominated. And then British mining interests and French commercial or financial interests were also involved from 1919 up to 1932, up to 1934. Then when the Italians came, they took over it, and then they used, they forced people to mine, of course they paid them, and then when the Italians were expelled in 1941, the Ethiopian government, under the Ministry of Mining and the Public Domain, came to control it. That is the story, really. You may ask me, this is very simplistic. I'm not really, the sources I have and then the way I prepared is not simplistic, but in the interest of time, I'm simplifying it. So what happened was, what labor, how did they extract labor? Yes, they paid labor, very nominal wage, because if you pay them permanently or on regular basis, regular payment, they will not be encouraged, you see, to dig it. So they pay them to keep them there, small amount, and then they dig, and then they extract the mineral, and then they sold it to the owners, the company owners. That's how it was organized. Did this lead to Yubdo's growth? No. Why? Because of one, Yubdo's topography was really very much not encouraging for people to settle there. Its topography is its worst enemy. Two, there was not enough deposit. to extract and lead to the mineral revolution, the type of which we have seen in South Africa, for example. There is no enough deposit, or it's not that much productive. It's not too much. They stay there, and then they have to continuously prospect or find in the hope of they have to stay there in the hope of finding more deposits. That's why Yubdo survived. And the other thing is that Yubdo, why it cannot, why it couldn't grow was the Guliso factor. Guliso IRA factor. The government of Ethiopia planned to build road from Gimbi through Yubdo and then to Dambidolo, but the Guliso elite lobbied. They lobbied, and then I have seen a lot of arguments and counter arguments in the documents. That finally they succeeded in diverting the route from Yubdo to Guliso. As far as Guliso is there, as far as IRA is there, Yubdo will never grow, or Yubdo has to relocate itself even to grow today, and so on. So that's another factor. So why didn't it die? It refused to die either because of the strategic location. Yubdo is really militarily so crucial for any government over there. Over there. The Italians lost their last battle in Yubdo. The British, the Commonwealth forces captured the last Italian commander in Yubdo, and so on. So that is strategical. In 1990, 91, 92, it was a place of really very fierce tension between the OLF forces and the TPLF forces until the great disaster in 1992. The OLF force had really significant fighters over there. So it is very important. That is why the government turned it into an administrative center, a town, a settlement that really didn't have economic potential with apparent, with the exception of the hope of getting more platinum there, but that is why it is surviving. It refused to die, it refused to grow too, because of this reason. So if you have any questions, I'm not really going to into the details. Always when we come to OSA, time is against us. It's our worst enemy at OSA. So forgive me for my stuff. Thank you. I'm done. Yeah. Okay. Three questions for either of one person, only one question, no comment. One person, one question. All right. No question, even for me? Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Banti and the rest of the panels for this wonderful presentation. We'll be moving along. We're trying to make up to the time lost in the morning. We have two more wonderful panels coming up after this. The next panel will be titled Exploring the Cultural and Religious Practices in Oromo Society. For this panel, I invite back Dr. Gulumma Gamada. He's still here. Dr. Gulumma will chair this panel and he will introduce the panelists. Dr. Gulumma, you are chairing.
Okay, thank everybody for staying and coming for this panel. Very interesting topic. Exploring cultural and religious practices in Oromo society. We have 4 panelists. I'll introduce them the way the order they are listed on the schedule. The first speaker, our first speaker would be Obo Lube Buru. I believe all of you, or definitely most of you, know Obo Lube, who has been one of the leaders, community leaders, and also the one of the founders of actually OSA, or any organization, Oromo organization that preceded OSA in this city or in this country. Bulube was involved, so we know him very well. He will be talking on Guba and Recha and Oromo, an in-depth examination. Very important religious institution, religious concept that he's going to discuss. Next to me is Dr. Chikang Oba Schmidt. She is a researcher working on the Borana Oromo. In fact, I met her yesterday. I'm amazed by her command of the Oromo language, which she will, I suspect, might be mixing in her presentation. She's continuing her very interesting research on in the Borana, and the topic of her presentation, I can see, as you can see from the schedule, is the Raga and its social and historical roles among the Borana in southern Ethiopia. The third speaker in the middle is Dr. Jennifer Langster. Dr. Langster has completed her doctoral studies at Temple University, and she is continuing her research on the role of religion, and in fact the topic that she's talking on today is the role of religion in creating social and capital network in the case of Oromia. And on the far side is Obofayira Nagaraso Boksa, is a human rights advocate and activist who has recently testified, as most of you, I believe, have seen on the internet, has recently testified about the human rights violations and the persecutions of the Oromo at US Congress. So they will present in the order I have introduced them. They will have each 15 minutes, and then whatever time left we'll use for questions and further discussion. Thank you. Obulube.
Akkam ooltan. Oromoon Deemokiraasitti waan buluufi afaan maajoriitiitiin haasa'a jechuun afaan Oromootiin isinitti haasa'a. Warri afaan Oromoo hin beekne homaa gochuu hin danda'u.
Kanafi afaan Oromootiin waggaan haasa'u afaan Oromootiin haasa'uu dhiisuun miidhaa irratti miidhaa dabalu. Egaa asirratti kanan ibsuu barbaadu waa'ee duraan dursee Oromoon matumti isaa Oromoon bifa lama qaba. Tokko kan aadaa isaa guddisu, tokko kan aadaa ofii tuffatee aadaa alagaa guddisu. Ani baay'een olii gadi fiffiiga shaggar keessatti sirbuma laalu fan deema hoggaan laalu akkanarra uffatte kanatti kan uffate achi halaala dhaabbateeti warra iskistaa bu'u laala. Oromoodha garuu kan markaatoodhaa dhufuu fi kibirzonyaan goffoo saba lafa kaawwateeti keessa bu'ee sirba isaan mulaalu fi ittiin bu'u. Na bara akkasii keessa turre. Oh, sorry. Bara akkasii keessa turre. Bara Oromoon sirbuma ofiillee shaggar keessatti qaana'u keessa turre. Bara gubaa Oromoo irraa fudhatanii Oromoo irraa fudhatanii ofii isaaniitii daamaraa jedhanii achi bakkee caffee tufaamunaa kan isaan takka masqala addawaabaayii takka ebeeluu addawaabaayii jedhanii maqaan mallee itti geeddaraa jiran karaa kaamboloojoo jedhamu kun bakka caffee itti godaananii achi bakka san fudhatanii raawwatanii maqaa biraa masqala addawaabaayii jedhanii raawwatanii itti baasan. Bara sana shaggar ture. Bara san warraa kun hin danda'amu. Warra wal jaalattuun duwwaadhaan kan warraaqu. Gubaas kan gubu baay'ee miti. Ajaja nugusaatiin wattaaddarri gubaa warri barbaade qe'ee isaattiin guba. Egaa gubaa jechuun gubaan duraanii kan gubamu torban tokkoon dura ture. Booda Haile Sillaaseen gaafa kidaana biratii waan dhalateefi gaafa sanitti akka ta'u ajaje. Saniin achi bakkasi buqqisanii bakka san geechan. Kana hundumaafuu Oromoon mirga hin qabu. Kan mangistii jedhamee beekama. Maqaan isaa daamaraa mangistii jedhamee beekama. Egaa kun yaani kanan keessa darbe biyya kootti. Biyya kootti bakka itti dhaladhee qabee naannoo Sooddoo walakkaa Bachoo Jiillee guututti Jiddoo guututti namoo Aabbu walakkaan isaa naannoon kana kan jiru hin didani. Kan Oromoo kan dur ibsuu turan. Booda sossobaadhaan guyyaa lama akka ibsan. Dursanii kan Oromoo itti aanee torban tokko booddee immoo kan mangistii jedhamee beekama addumaan jira. Kan mangistii masqala jedhama. Kan daamaraa jedhama. Kan Oromoo gubaa jedhama. Kan ibsaa jedhama. Akkasitti addaan baafachuutu isinirra jira. Egaa gubaan Oromoo kuni maqaa haaraa itti baasan. Maaliif maqaa haaraa itti baasanii? Balleechuu waan dadhabaniif. Isaanumatu jedhee ani nan dubbise mana laabireerii isaanii dhaqee. Gubaa iyyaalu ሌሊት ያበራሉ ጠዋት ፈረስ ይጭናሉ ክርስቲያንን ለመግደል ሁሉም ጦሩን ሰብቆ ወደኛ ሀገር ይመጣል ከነመ በሬቸኒ ብራነ ረቲ ከንበሬቸኒ ከነን ዱብሴ አመሌ ነጋውማንታ ሰኒነቺ ምኒልክ ፋን ኤጋ ከስቴ ኑ ማልፍ ይትንገል ለፈውመት ኦሮሞ ዶው ደደበኔ ሮንዱማ ኡፊፈከፈቱ Boorana deemte niitini mallasa dhuguma jaalatteeti hoo balleechuu dadhabdee achi keessatti mul'attee boorechuu sirra jira. Gubaan keenya akkasitti boora'ee erga ajajaanii maqaan gubaa geeddaramee maqaan gubaa geeddaramee daamaraa jedhame. Ittiin aanee bariin isaa daaraa guddaadha warri kana beektan. Kunis waanan keessa darbe. Daaraa guddaa jedhama. Gaafa daaraa guddaa kana waan baay'eetu hojjetama. Hunda isaa asitti himuu hin danda'u. Waraqaa waggaan fite hin argitu OSAn kan baasu taate. Inni daaraa guddaan bariisan looniif ibsita. Gammachuun bara haaraa simachuu gaafa gubaa galgala jalqabamee gaafa lammataa daaraa guddaa irratti kan caalutu ta'a. Daaraa guddaa irratti maaltu godhama? Bunatu qalama, ateetetu facaafatama, loontu muudama. Baay'ee namni hin beeku loon muuduu. Ilmi Oromoo hundumtuu gubaa irratti dhadhaa dibata. Maarree looni kan hundumaa fidu loon maaliif dhadhaan dibanne? Qotee gateetti kan qotee fide sa'a aannan kenne mucha jabbileewwan adda isaanii ganamaan ka'anii diddibu harree fardaa fi gaangee dugda isaanii dibu. Akkuma namni dibatutti looniif illee waliin qixxee. Namni gaafa sanii marqaa fi qincee nyaata raafuu fi xaqanaadhaan walii makee. Xaqanaa jechuun aybii jechaadha yookaan baaduu. Isaan kana gochuu waan hin dandeenyeef marga kaloo kutanii fi kaloo san waareedhaan dheedu. Waareedhaan waggaa deebi'an dhadhaa dibuun kun kan ta'u. Egaa Oromoon gaafa gubaa sirna baay'eetu jira. Kana keessa tokko guddaanii ilmaan Oromoo sirriitti meenaa dhagaa. Ilmi Oromoo tokko wallolee waggaa tokkon turu. Safuudha, hooda. Eega Oromoo ta'e waggaa tokkon turu. Maaliif gubaan waggaadhaan waan dhufuu fi xurii qabu sanii waggaa dhufutti dabarsuun barbaadu, baatee dhaquun barbaadu. Anii fi tokko wallolle namni illee walitti nu araarsuu hoo baate dhiiras ta'ee dubartiis ta'ee yeebboo yee ayyii nu wallollee namni walitti nu araarsu hin jiru. Gubaan dhufe, irreechi dhufe, ateeten dhufe akkam gooneetti bakka tokkotti irreeffannaa jiru. Kanaaf araaramuu qaba Oromoon daddafee. Sirna san dhiifnee waggaa 40 waliin oonna. Sirni suni nuuf waggaa tokko mufaatiin keechan waggaa tokko hin bulini. Hammeenya keechanitti biiftuun dhiitee hin bariin ogumsan fixadhaadhaa jedha. Gubaan kanaa wajjiniin akka sirna gadaatti. Amma yeroo waanan dheeraa ta'eef kan gubaa bira darbeen kan irreechaa bira dhaqa. Gubaan fi irreechi addaan baasuu hin danda'amu. Haa ta'u malee kamtu dursaadha. Akka nama argutti biyya keessattis argutti hundi keessa akka argitanitti irreecha malee gubaan argu. Irreecha ammatti bakka lama duwwattan arge. Tokko asitti tokko Minnesootatti. Minnesootumaati Torontoo achitti kan ta'e. Dur garuu bara Haile Sillaasee illee isaan duras namni hin guba. Arras taanaan baadiyyaa keessatti unuma gubu biyya keenya keessatti. Akkas sirna qabaatee hin guban. Karaa kamiin dhufe? Irra caalaa karaadhuma Oromootiin. Gubaa miti irreecha oduun irreeffatiin gubuuti isaan irreera. Irreecha jechaan irreecha kan irreeffatanii waaqaf galata kan dabreef kan isaanii godhe hundumaafuu galata galchuudha. Kan argatan hundumaafuu galata galchuudha. Kan lammataa kan sarana dhufuuf kan sarana argataniif waaqa kadhachuudha. Garaa qulqulluudhaan waaqa kadhatu. Kanaaf akka itti waaqa kadhatan waa tokko waan seexanaa ofirraa hin qabu. Islaamni bishaan qaba, bishaan hin lagatu. Kiristaanni bishaan qaba, bishaan hin lagatu. Kiristoos illee laga Galiilatti irreeffate. Namni waa tokko jedhu hin jiru akka biraatti hiiku. Hindoonni laga jangas keechatti ayyaaneffatu namni waa tokko jedhu hin jiru. Kanuma Oromoo kana hoo tulluu ba'e seexana bira dhaquu, hoo laga bu'e seexana bira dhaquu, hoo muka tokko bira dhaqee dhaabbatee waaqa isaa kadhate seexana kadhatu. Kana kan nama gubu hammam lafee keenya cabsa. Bishaan kana kan ishiin dhugdu kana hoo ishii harka jiru bishaanuma. Hoo nan harkaan qabe kan seexanaati. Akkasitti kan nu ibsan. Kanaafi takkaa'uu keenya falamanneen beeknu isaantu nu dubbata. Monoksee irraa guuranii warra Poorchugiisii qabee isaantu nu dubbata. Nigisti Leeniin kan jedhamtu haati Konstantinoos niitiin tuni biyya Ayihudaa dhufteeti masqala Kiristoos baaftee jedhan. Tana nan fita adara. Masqala Kiristoos baafteedhaan loltuu ishii qabattee. Masqala sanii wattaaddarri ishii warri Roomaa qabee hoggaa dhufu irratti hoggaa wal lolan kan Abashaan lola san keessa seenee tokko irraa cabsatee biyya isaatitti hin galate. Kanaafi kan uffeeffannu jedhanii amma dhiyoo kana bara Haile Sillaasee kan uuman. Bakka deeman hundatti lolaniituma humnaan cabsatu malee seeraan wanna argatanii miti. Haa ta'u malee bakka feetan Ortodoksii Koptii kan isaanitti dhiyaatu kan Gibsiis dhaqamu Roomitti soo dhaqe kan biyya Hindiitii fi Rashaa jiranis tokkollee gubaas hin qabanii, daamaraas hin qabanii, masqalas hin qabanii kanuma mataa Abashaa keessa jiru ulfaadhaa waan na dhaggeeffattaniif kan maratan.
Ada PowerPoint na touch abo. Isi naga orte. Amma gatte ani paper Ingilizenya touch kana fi amma presentation Ingilizenya touch. Isi? Di fam. Okay. Yeah. In this paper. First, I will present about prophet of the Raga called Raga, and also their social roles. Second, I will describe function of the Raga in the Borana history through analyzing the oral chronicle of the Borana. Raga often appear in the narratives about events that have occurred throughout the oral chronicle. So I would like to describe how the Borana interpret events and construct their own history through using narrative on Raga. Sorry, it's in the card. In the Borana society, there are a variety of the people with supernatural power. For example, Farfartu, Hayana, spirit possession, Ebiftu, Warabuti, Hayantu, Uchu, Obju, Yuba, like this. Yeah, there's explanation, but I cannot explain all because there's no time. So Raga is the believed to have supernatural power like those people. They can foresee natural disaster and conflict using a variety of the method and give advice about conflict or state of the society or use powerful magic. Several oral history indicate that such a Raga's ability came from ghost, Ehera. And so I introduce some of the prophecy of Raga, and the actual prophecy are passed on the form of lieder, Iboya, fable, duri, and poem. And I will show in the case of Iboya. This is Iboya of Raga, they said. And there's many Iboya, and the Ika, you know, the answer is answer is you know, a prophecy. Ika means ika kana prophecy da. Fakena just and I choose one of this. Warawarana fise adu figat orte. The dialect translation: people can survive in the mid of the war, but they cannot survive under the hot sun. So, answer, what means the adu figa norte? Adu, you know, normally you might think drought. Yeah, under the drought, people cannot survive. In the case of Borana prophecy, you know, people said the interpretation, the survive under the hot, they cannot survive under the hot sun. Seems, you know, it's government. They said government. The narrator's interpretation is that Borana can return alive from a war, the first part. But they cannot escape from government officials who try to them under the law of the state for the killing and prouding they commit during the war. This is the Imana Raga, they said. And then like this prophecy that adapt the form of Iboya are themselves easy to remember because they have rhyme and rhythm and can be remembered like a song. And when the Borana narrator interprets Iboya of Raga, people comprehend the words that have been interpreted by narrator as prophecy of Raga and further discuss them among themselves. And they take the polysemous text such as Iboya and poem that are said to have been spoken by each raga, and they add their own reflection to them, they interpret them, discuss them, deconstruct them, and whenever they do this, produce prophecy of raga. So they dupi kasan. Iboya kana, Iboya karaga, dupi ka erega nama kasan. Yes. So now, so this is the about prophecy of raga. The function is dupinama kasa. Hi. Then, so now I start to go in detail about raga and history. First, I have to explain about the oral chronicle of the Purana. This is, you know, first one. This is Gada genealogy. It's so small, so you are there, so it's difficult to see. But first one to 70. It's oral chronicle. Yeah, the Borana people remember the name of the Abagada who change every 8 years. And the Borana called the 8-year time span in the which the Abagada belong to the Gada class. The time of so and so Gada, Gafa Gada eber. They talk like this. And as of the and as of the present, there are 70 Abagada. Until now, 70 Abagada exist in Borana. The Borana remember them in chronological order and are able to talk about the event occurred during the 8 years, and they are each in church. So until now. And the oral history chronologically sequenced based on the date of Abagada can be traced back to the 15th century. And it is the oral chronicle, and I visited 46 Purana narrators in order to collect oral history. And so I transcribed the most detailed historical narratives, and I recorded preciously into Oromo without changing a single word or phrase. Once transcribed, they were then translated directly into Japanese, and now directly from Japanese to English. So this is the text. Now this I translated into Japanese first, and now English. So I will publish next year, in this year. Thank you so much. And then, you know, this is Oromi Fab text. And then, especially I choose for this presentation, I choose the conflict between the Borana and the RC during the 32nd leader of Gada. It means 7404 to 7012. Around this time, there's the one story like this. So now, I will, yeah, there's a major conflict with the RC people in that time. The RC attacked deep into the Borana territory and caused damage into the war, to the Borana. Borana got many problems at that time, and nami due jira ka ori furaju jira kas. Amma, then now I will. So in that time, Borana facing Borana facing big problem in that time. This event, recounted from the beginning of the conflict to when the Borana claimed victory over the RC, with various episodes. There's many story, and from the beginning, RC attacked and how Borana overcome. This is a many story from the beginning to the end. And then Raga appears several times in the narrative at important point. The Raga both predicts the big war and gives the people advice. As the Borana continued to root to the RC, he also gave advice on how to turn the tide of the war and defeat the enemy. The Borana act upon that advice and are able to annihilate the RC force. This is the story. And now let us now look in detail in this event while referring to the one of the narrative text. This is the narrative text, which is most detailed of them. I will divide the narrative text into 3 parts and summarize it. There's, I make it 3 and I will summarize. First episode, the prophecy concerning the arrival of the RC. Yeah, the RC people are, I will now summarize. Listen, this story. Yeah, the RC people are asking the Raga, what will happen when we go into battle against the Borana? Will we have good fortune? And the RC Raga said, when you arrive in the land of Soda and Mega, if you can see the river flowing through Soda and acacia tree standing in Mega, you will be blessed with good fortune, and you will be able to kill the Borana and return home safety. This is the Imana prophecy of RC side. And hearing this information about the approach of the RC, the Borana people went to their Raga. The Borana also go to their own Raga. And as a sort of counter to the RC's prophecy, the Borana Raga said, if the RC don't see the acacia tree in the land of Warmal and river Soda, you will be able to win the battle. So make the tree and the river disappear and beforehand so that they are not seen by the RC. So agar RC imulatu ka riba ka garana fi ka moha ka acacia ka dadacha ka gubi jede. Sigarte? Jennani. So following the Raga's instruction, the Borana filled in the river and burned down the tree. Oh my God. Tree and were thus able to prevent the RC's Raga's prophecy from being fulfilled. Yeah, this is one story, one episode. The second one, only 5 minutes. Yeah? Okay, I'm sorry. Now the RC, now RC come. Yeah. And then they start to fight. And first, RC people success. And then, but they couldn't see the river and acacia tree because Borana, before Borana burned, before they come in, yeah? Because according to the prophecy, they Borana burned tree and river. Then the Abadura of the RC said, Afan soda yao garana dide, gubba warmar eja dacha dide, afares, afan kesa kutati. The river, you understand? So, so now we cannot see river and acacia tree. So maybe something happened to us. So that's why eat meat. Maybe we might not go back to the land. So this is, they said, this is one of the episode. And last one. So now so how to win, Borana asked Raga. So the Arusi coming, and then they are staying in the Borana land, and how to win? They asked to Raga. And then Raga said, go to search the one person from our Tukuran, and then if he go to the battle and he died in the battle, Borana will win. So it's a sort of sacrifice. Yeah. And then they searched the man from our Tukuran and go, and he died. And finally, he won. Borana win the battle. So this is the last in the end. So there's two timed prophecy. First, the beginning, in the beginning, the arrival of the RC. Then, second, in the end, how to win the RC. So this is both related with prophecy. So now we go to the conclusion, almost conclusion. So, wait, yeah. So, dates, I found pattern, narrative pattern in the oral history which Raga appear. So now I will analyze relation between Raga and Borana history. When we can observe four narrative pattern in oral history which Raga appeared. First, Raga appeared during catastrophe event and all the time, something bad happened and Raga appear. This is first pattern. And second pattern, and the Raga prevent catastrophe in advance through their advice or magic, or acting driving force behind event through their advice or magic. So they try to advise how to overcome the problem all the time before, so this is the second pattern. And so those two pattern, narrative pattern, today we saw in the case of oral history on the conflict with the RCU. So I saw through the one case. So there's two pattern we saw already. And then I could now show in the presentation, but there are no also more two pattern, 3 and 4. So I will cut, yeah. So this pattern this is 3, 4 pattern. So now I will not continue. I will just conclusion. In oral history of Borana, Raga forcing event before they occur, and tell people ways to deal with problem and perform act of magic for people. The events are narrated as through they take place exactly according to the Raga's prophecy or spell. Why the Raga often appear in the oral history of Borana? I suggest that the narratives of Raga are a sort of interpretation device of the Borana history. There is a reason why Raga and their prophecy are so often adapted as causal theory. When they listen to and act on prophecy, it is treated as successful history, like case which I showed today, and they don't listen. If they don't listen Raga's prophecy, it become unsuccessful history. And yeah, so okay. Then in constructing a history, the narrators add their own interpretation using the prophecy as inserted episode. Look, there's some unknown event happened. Some, for example, invasion and disaster, drought, something big event happened. And then So they put episode of the about Ragat prophecy and magic and change it to the inevitable event for them. So this is the a sort of the Ragat prophecy and prophecy and Raga itself. It's the a sort of interpretation device of Purana. So I just to cut so much. So I hope you will understand my presentation. I thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My talk today is based on research that I conducted for my doctoral dissertation. So a couple of years ago, between the years 2010 and 2012, I was researching religion and migration and conducting field work with one Protestant Oromo congregation up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. One area of interest throughout my research was to see how immigrant groups create and embody social capital networks in their migration process. I found that both religious belief and religious practice influence the creation of social capital. As transnational immigrants, the congregants at the Oromo Evangelical Church, or OEC from here on out in the paper, are unique in that they retain familial, social, economic, religious, political, and cultural links to the homeland as they create new communities here in the US. Thus, the embodiment of social capital is inherently twofold, meaning that traditions of the homeland are considered in the development of new immigrant groups here in the diaspora. My comments today will first reflect trends in migration as they relate to religion in general and the Oromo case more specifically. I will define and explain post-1965 immigrant developments, assess transnational immigrant patterns, and identify the role of religion in creating and embodying social capital networks. Shifts in immigration patterns in the US changed dramatically after 1965. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 allowed immigrants from non-European countries to receive additional visas, thus opening channels of immigration of these from the non-Western world to America. Whereas at the beginning of the 20th century, the US saw immigrants arriving mainly from the West, primarily from places like Italy, Austria, Hungary, and the United Kingdom. But by the end of the 20th century, most new immigrants were arriving from Mexico, the Philippines, China, India, and the Dominican Republic. The loosening of immigration laws resulted in an increase of immigration during the last third of the 20th century, when nearly 22 million new migrants arrived in the US, and many of these new immigrants are termed transnational. The new immigrants are bringing further diversity to the American religious landscape, which is where my part comes in. Scholar of religion Manuel Vasquez recently said that of recent immigration, that post-1965 immigration has played a major role in debunking the secularization paradigm. Migrants have brought to the US a plurality of religious beliefs and practices and forms of organization that have transformed and revitalized the religious field. Much qualitative research in religion and immigration points to the ways in which the migration process can be, quote, a theologizing experience, end quote. This term, theologizing experience, was first coined by Timothy Smith in 1978. And essentially reflects that migration challenges and modifies the relationship of faith to ethnic identity, and it does so in three ways. First, migration redefines boundaries. Second, migration produces both increased theological reflection and ethno-religious commitment. Third, migration reminds migrants of the societal goal to foster a common humanity. It is within point number 2 that Smith introduces the term theologizing experience, citing biblical parallels to modern-day migration stories. In the past decade, immigrant case studies conducted by Warner and Whitner, Ebow and Chaffetz in particular, used Smith's thesis to argue that for many immigrant groups, the role of religion in migration is paramount. Likewise, Oromo immigrants attending OEC, the Oromo Evangelical Church, share in the idea that religion played a foundational role in their migration story. As Oromo congregants retold their migration stories to me back a couple of years ago, religious belief often guided migration and resettlement decisions, and many congregants felt the hand of God at work in their migration story. A congregant, a woman in her 30s, arrived in the US in the early 2000s. Reflecting on her migration story, she spoke of the Jacob and Esau narrative found in the book of Genesis. She recalled the biblical story, saying that once Esau discovered that Jacob had received Isaac's blessing rather than him, he was furious and left Jacob with few options. As a result, she said, quote, "Jacob ran away to save his life, and I feel that I did the same," end quote. Essentially, she felt powerless against life's conditions in Ethiopia and felt forced to find a way out. The parallel to the Jacob and Esau story does not end there, however. She talked about how Jacob one day did return home, and this time he had a wife and money. Likewise, she had the opportunity to visit her homeland, feeling much the same way, saying, quote, "I left Ethiopia without a penny and then returned with some money to share and a son." In comparing her migration experience to the biblical narrative in Jacob and Esau, she feels blessed by God for new opportunities. Undoubtedly, she looks to the biblical account for comparison to her own life experience. A distinctive feature of these new post-1965 immigrants is that many are transnational, meaning that they, quote, "take actions, make decisions, and develop identities embedded in networks of relationships that connect them simultaneously to 2 or more nation states," end quote. This new research shows that transnational immigrants are defining new patterns of what it means to be an immigrant. For example, transnational immigrant patterns show that borders and boundaries, both geographical and cultural, are continually crossed. For me, looking at the role of religion in this border crossing grounds my research. Scholarship often highlights the cultural, economic, political, and social elements of transmigrants, assessing how these relationships are sustained and even strengthened across national borders. As a result, many immigrants arrive in the US creating new identities in the diaspora, though always keeping an eye to the homeland. Levels of transnational commitment vary greatly by immigrant group and circumstance. For example, connection to the homeland might depend on how frequently immigrants return home, what kind of financial commitments they maintain to the homeland, etc. Some maintain connections to hometowns, while others, once established in the US, refer to the homeland through a broad sense of nationalism to a native country. In the case of the Oromo immigrants at Oromo Evangelical Church, the relationship with Oromia is expressed both individually as well as corporately. Many congregants have returned to the homeland at least once since arriving in the US, although others have not been able to return due to financial constraints or visa issues. While not a religious group, many in this room affiliated with the OSA too represent the transnational nature of homeland and diaspora. According to political scientist Robert Putnam, the generation of social capital is important because social networks have value and can affect social productivity and mobility. He defines social capital as, quote, "connections among individuals as social networks and the norms of reciprocity and trustworthiness arise from them," end quote. In the study of religion, social capital is often linked to religious institutions, i.e. churches, as such institutions often serve as vehicles for people to generate social capital networks. Of further interest, however, is the generation of social capital among transnational immigrant congregations, a topic not discussed by Putnam and only minimally researched among scholars of religion. To discuss social capital among immigrant groups, scholars of religion and immigration often distinguish between bonding and bridging social capital networks. Bonding social capital, as used by Putnam, asserts exclusivity and builds upon commonalities such as ethnicity and religion. For purposes related to religion and immigration in America, bonding social capital is common among congregations that emphasize ethnic solidarity. Thus, identifying sources of bonding social capital among these groups is usually rather obvious, since preservation of ethnic identity is often a catalyst for participation in the immigrant church. Further, the aspects of bonding social capital within immigrant churches may extend beyond belief and practice of the congregation, focusing more on the transnational links to the homeland rather than the official church theology and doctrine. As David Lay shows in his 2008 article, The Immigrant Church as an Urban Service Hub, that emphasis on ethnic solidarity might attract immigrants that do not consider themselves particularly religious, though engage the religious community based on ethnic claims. So they're not religious, but they want to attend because they're with other people like them. Lay describes this as a birds of a feather flock together kind of mentality. Thus, the church becomes a place for bonding social capital in that it nourishes both social and spiritual needs. Further sources of bonding social capital among immigrant churches include the role of the church as a community center, the use of native language, and the practice of homeland rituals, all of which I experienced during my time with the Oromo Evangelical Church. Sources of bonding social capital manifest in immigrant congregations to Thomas Tweed's trans-temporal and translocative categories that aid immigrants in the process of forming new religious identities. This means that immigrants cross both time and space as a characteristic of their patterns. Tom Tweed's work focuses on theorizing the role of religion in migration. His definition of religion is that religion is, quote, the confluences of organic channels and cultural currents that conjoin to create institutional networks that in turn prescribe, transmit, and transform tropes, values, beliefs, emotions, artifacts, and rituals. Initially, he developed this definition in order to better understand the role of religion in the lives of Cuban exiles in Miami, Florida, by recognizing that established theories of religion were exclusive of migration practice and that no one theory could be applied to all religious groups. Likewise, much of my research draws upon Tweed's definition. For Tweed, religion practice in the diaspora seeks through these trans-temporal and translocative means to bring the homeland to the new land. This crossing of both time and place represents the symbolic movement that takes place in the life of the immigrant worshiper between the homeland and diaspora. Bonding social capital networks run deep within the congregation. While only a few members can recall the small church gatherings that took place in Philadelphia during the mid-1990s, all congregants expressed sentiments as to the importance of church and community. Upon reflection of his involvement with the church community, one member, who has been a part of the congregation for 15 years, differentiated between what the church meant to him as a new immigrant in the late 1990s versus now. As a new immigrant, he was overwhelmed with cultural difference and struggled to make simple adjustments, saying back then it was hard to adjust to culture and language in the US. It's hard to bear at first. But he went on to assert that it was the role of the church community that helped him during the transition. He spoke of how important the church was during his early years in America. It served as a backbone for religious and cultural understanding. To this end, his expression shows how religion served both individual and collective needs during the migration process. Likewise, this particular church member continues to use the church community as a means for preserving his identity. Today, the church community now serves as a home, a place where he gathers with family and friends. While family and community support remains important to daily life in America, struggles of the past related to cultural difference fade away. All Oromo congregations in this country share the element of being diasporic religious groups. To again reference Tweed, Tweed believes that immigrants living in the diaspora are constantly negotiating diasporic identity while remembering the homeland's past and imagining its future. These understandings of identity lead to the second form of social capital, which is bridging social capital. This type of social capital is less common among immigrant congregations, as social ties beyond the ethnic church into the broader context of U.S. culture take time to develop. In my dissertation, I titled the chapter on bonding social capital, Becoming Oromo American, and focused my writing on how Oromo immigrants use functions of religion and religious belief to create a hyphenated identity, that of Oromo and American. In closing, assessing social capital among transnational immigrant churches is a dialectical tension in that immigrant participation in religious communities seeks to simultaneously promote integration to the U.S. while also keeps them connected to the homeland. Thus, the manifestation of both bonding and bridging social capital must address the two distinct needs within the transnational immigrant community. In the case of the Oromo congregation, I have found that measuring and assessing religious belief and practice within the larger narrative of migration helps us better understand how migrant groups use religion to create and embody social capital networks. Thanks.
Kamoltan. I'm going to tell you a story of a legendary wise Oromo woman who fought for her right to get equal access to land ownership. This was prior to the conquest of Oromia. It's an oral history. Land ownership was one of the major sources of conflict even prior to the conquest of Oromia. To highlight the economic and other social impacts of fighting over land between Oromo clans prior to the conquest of Oromia in eastern Macha. This region was renamed Jibat and Macha, Auraja, and currently known as West Shawa Zone as one of the sub-regions in the regional state of Oromia. I have decided to focus on land ownership practices and women's rights because of the impact it had on shaping my own personality as an individual, and also on all of my family members in particular, and the Oromo people in general. Furthermore, I'm also witnessing that the best human rights advocates I have ever known are mostly women. Children, women, and the elderly are the most vulnerable groups in conflict zones. In addition to the scare tactics often used to criminalize our political organizations, I have recently seen a YouTube video that was demonizing our intellectuals, such as Dr. Hamza, Professor Muhammad Hassan, Professor Asaffa Jalata, Dr. Iskeel Gabbisa, Dr. Thaddasa Ebba, Jawar Muhammad, journalist Jalil Abdullah, and I think artist Kadir Said. My goal is to review the widely known conflict resolution methods often used and compare and contrast them with the Abyssinian methods of governance. I had to look back and write the conflicts within the various Oromo clans in my area of birth, and also with the Abyssinians who have settled in Oromia. Are we really brutal and villains, as the Abyssinian elites always try to portray us in their smear campaigns through their political propaganda machineries? The reality is quite the opposite of that. Ayegolbe fought for her right to get a fair and equitable access to land ownership. Her story is widely known in this region, and many people often try to glorify their side of the story. However, since I am related to both sides, I would rather prefer to analyze the facts behind both sides of the story and try to give a balanced and fair analysis of the sources of that conflict. The major source of the conflict, I believe, are imperfect marriage and the gender inequality in land ownership rights. During that time, arranged marriage was the norm. Then Golbe was relatively older than the girls of her age, that she was have to. Therefore, she was forced to marry an old man called Wakoboru. The old man died after having 3 children from her. Therefore, the responsibility of raising those 3 children fell on her shoulder. And the second problem was gender inequality in having access to land ownership rights. She invited her late husband's best man, Minje or Waila Guddatakalo, to her home and showed him milk stained with blood as a result of chronic insect bites, or known as Silmi in Oromo. She pleaded to Guddata to give her a place she could use as a grazing land. Her 3 children were Gondol Wako, Alabi Wako, and Badase Wako. Guddata gave her a plot of land in a place called Toke Tukura. After she secured the land, she started training her 3 children to become the best horse riders. She was feeding them very well so that they become strong and the best fighters. After every training session, she would ask them to throw their spears and observe how far they have thrown. Golbe also used to check and measure how deep the spears have penetrated into the ground. She built a big fence near a place called Nano Manur. Guddatakalo was very upset by her actions and told her that she had violated Oromo norms and the traditions, since digging a hole in Bokutukur was not acceptable at that time. The city of Ababoku is considered as a revered place. And the Gada Samalo used to be celebrated every 8 years at Bokutukur. It was a revered place because it was where the Abagadas make amendments to update the laws that would be used for future governance. Therefore, it was not acceptable to dig or plow the area during that period of time. Guddata told her that her actions were against the law of the land. He told her, Tukur in Ordamu, meaning you can't dig a hole in Tukurinchini. Then she replied, Tukur in Ordamu, Hordanimo Bukisutu Namadiba. When roughly translated, it means you cannot dig a hole in Tukur, but once you dig it to build a fence, it's difficult to reverse it. Gada was already curious and suspicious of her actions, and he realized that the lady was ready to fight. Her children have severely beaten up his age. Slavery was common at that time. He had a slave while he was trying to stop them. The old man didn't want to risk his life by trying to fight with those 3 well-trained young and strong men. He chose the flight option to move to a different place called Ali near Jibat. Jibat was one of the dense forests in western part of the region. After Guddata fled the area, Golbe Banta and her 3 children took over the land. Golbe wanted to own more plots of land, and she continued training and feeding her children. They also decided to fight with Gadakune, one of the best horsemen and warriors in Bokutukur. There is a famous movie called Black Panther in the living room. When confronted with such challenge, different people choose different tactics of survival, either fight, flight, or succumb. Unlike Guddata Kalo Gadakune chose the fight option. They fought with Gadakune for a long period of time, but lost all of their horses in all of the battles. Compared to Gadakune, a man who was a professional horse rider, who had a special skill of flipping under a galloping horse, they were rookies. They were easily defeated in the series of battles they have fought. It was very hard for me to accept that humans could flip under a running horse, but I was convinced after I saw a circus at the Verizon Center in the District of Columbia. This clearly shows that the Oromo people are very professional horse riders. They brought additional battalions of horsemen from Chalia and they tried to hide and ambush Gadakune in a place called Shimala Wayu. Gadakune and his two other brothers, Chuchar and Garjakune, including his slave, whose name was Gujumbul, joined the fight. They managed to kill many horses and they won the battle. Finally, Gadakune warned Ayegolbe that he is going to kill her children if they don't refrain from fighting with him. During that period of time, killing an Oromo was believed to be chubu or a sin, according to Oromo customs and the traditions. That was a major reason why Gadakune was targeting only their horses as a self-defense, neither the young men nor his battalions from Chalia. After the stern warning from Gadakune and the defeat at Shimalawayu, Ayegolbe was so worried for her children's lives, and she asked for Arara through Jarsuma. The elders decided that Gadakune must pay them compensation for the lives of the 99 horses he had killed during the series of battles. He had to give them one gasha or one ta land as a compensation for the horses that were killed during the battle. Finally, Ayegolbe managed to secure more land by empowering her young boys. Kalola Tega Wanabu Yechara. Although her ambition to expand her territory further to the west was checked by Gadakune, his two brothers and Gujumbur, she systematically fought and got the dreamland that was not infested with insects or silmi, and that was large enough to feed her family. Such conflict over land and inter-clan fighting was not only the loss of property, but also led to the division of our fighting forces. Losing 99 horses at that period of time might have also greatly undermined the ability of the Oromo people to defend themselves from the external expansionist Abyssinian invading forces. The military advice he had obtained from European colonizers and the acquisition of abundant modern firearms, coupled with such fighting within the Oromo forces, might have played great roles in favor of Emperor Menelek's conquest of Oromia. The role of forces, let me quote some prominent Oromos, like Professor Muhammad Hassan. It was the invention of tanks that made horses obsolete. Before the invention of tanks and the modern firearms, Oromo horsemen were far superior than their Abyssinian neighbors. Oromo warriors were a nightmare to the Abyssinians. The famous poem of Lawrence Agai Gabramadin Awash, in which he used word powers to describe Oromo horsemen in general, and about Hordofa Changare in particular. Obolube also says Birratu Gole was one of the best Oromo horse riders and the warriors during the war with fascist Italy, who led an army equipped with about 120,000 horses. He also said the figure in the Orthodox churches in Ethiopia used as St. George is actually the white horse that Birratu Gole was riding on during the war with the invading Italians. And the best horsemen I know in Tukurinchene were Barecha, Ghana, Ebisa, Karafi, Tabasa, Gutama, and Mosesa Mana. These are just a few. The spear of Gada, a spear as a symbol of victory. A spear of Gadakuna is kept for generations as a symbol of victory and bravery. Gadakuna heard some noise and threw his spear towards the direction of the noise. He got up early in the morning and found that a Gaddu is a person who often attacks people late at night when they least expect him, was killed by the spear. Then Gada boasted that you are my 100, to imply one more target or mirga to the already killed 99 enemy horses. He demanded to pass this lucky spear to the next generation. The elders have interviewed told me that both Guddatakalo and the Gadakune were slave owners. Therefore, we cannot blame the Arabs and the white people alone for slavery. Might is right, and those who are powerful are always taking advantage of the weak and the vulnerable people. The 100% election victory by the TPLF minority regime has become a global joke. A democratically elected government remark by President Obama is another proof. Therefore, might is right. Nagat.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes for questions and answers. Any discussion? Yes, I recognize you first person to ask. If you have questions, please come to the mic.
Nagama Sakalenko. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, all of the presenters, and my question goes to Jennifer Lancaster. It's a nice presentation, and I'm studying theology, and I have some interest in what you're presenting, and theologizing the experience is really nice idea, and my question is about the dialectical tensions about transnational migration. You've said there is interest of integrating in the United States, at the same time trying to keep the relation with back home culture. My question is this one. Which one do you focus on? Is it the migrant generation or generation of their children? I mean, it may be in Oromo society or any other transnational immigrants. Is it? Did you see the difference between the direct immigrant generation of Oromo or their children? Thank you so much.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Professor. Okay.
Yeah, well, thank you, everybody. It was a good presentation from everybody here. I want just to make a comment on Raga. Raga is not limited to Borana. You must know that. I think you know that. It is these Raga are not just predictors of the future. They are chroniclers, like you said, and this their role has been written about by Cerulli, the Italian anthropologist Cerulli, and he was writing about these people, and he was saying they are a fountain of information concerning ancient events. And then he was talking about the Raga in Jimma area, in the Gibe region. There, I want to quote this, because he is saying that the Amharic conquest, by destroying the independence of the Oromo kingdoms, has resulted in these chronicles becoming less known day by day among the Oromo people themselves. The chronicles stopped at the Amharic conquest. The struggle of the Amharic chiefs are not subjects dealt with in the stories of the sons of Orma. Now that he was writing in 1922, the chronicles are known only to elders. I wanted to just, in fact, I came with this to bring it tomorrow on the round table for future studies, but you raised it. I want to just to say that this is well known and it has to be researched into. That's what I wanted to add. I thought as a reminder also for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your question. Kind of, I'll address it in two ways, kind of the general and then again to the specific Oromo. So in immigration studies, we differentiate old versus new immigrants based on that 1965 benchmark. And so overall, kind of in general, new immigrants tend to be more transnational. We live in a globalized society rather than coming to the US and never looking back to the homeland, which was more of the trend of older immigrants. Newer immigrants are still interested in keeping that connection. Within the context of the Oromo Church in Lancaster, one of the disadvantages of my research is that I was working with a fairly small population. It's just the one Oromo congregation there in Lancaster. And so in that particular congregation, it's still a lot of the first generation immigrants and still the people that are still coming now to the US. So some of those questions related to the second generation haven't quite manifested themselves fully in that congregation. I think if I were to be in a place like here in DC or maybe in Minneapolis where there's a larger group of people where the population is more diverse, that might impact that. So in terms of the research that I've done, it's primarily related to the first generation, which definitely would lead to questions for the future of that congregation as the second generation comes of age. So good question though, thanks.
Thank you so much for the comment. Yes, Raga is not only in the Borana, also whole Oromo society, Raga appear in historically and also religious.